right, and we kill the music, and here we are. So back again in the new year, finally, to play Vampire. Yay! I have missed
Woo.
everybody's wonderful faces, and getting back to game is something I've been looking forward to, especially on the last note that we left off on. So as a brief recap to this particular game, and of course to help get Todd caught up. So last game was spent, everybody was kind of powwowing, figuring out what to do, how they could do it, and how they were going to get there, and weighing in how to travel to Vegas, by car, by plane, or whatnot, and then in general, kind of how the game plan was going to be, and everybody settled on Hesperia being the bait. She was going to surrender herself to the prince for judgment, and ultimately surrender. And everybody was going to travel down to Vegas, and at some point, hopefully during the Elysium, or during Elysium when this was all taking place, they would pop out of obfuscate and attack. That is the basic intention. So to catch everybody up to speed, so the traveling went through largely without a hitch. You got to what ended up happening is Hesperia prematurely took off in one of the vehicles before anybody really could say anything when you guys stopped in Reno to finish the rest of the trip. At one point, Sophie managed to reach out to her via telepathy, and she explained very briefly that she was trying to make sure that there wasn't many ties to the rest of the group, so that way it looked more legit, and there would be less ways to probe her, if they did, which they may, to find out details about the rest of the group. So it was to try and ensure the safety of everybody else. So she's kind of putting it all on her shoulders. So when Hesperia made it to town, she was met by Montrose, the Nosferatu sheriff of Las Vegas, was promptly taken into custody. She did meet Prince Benedict briefly, as they are holding Elysium, or an Elysia gathering, I should say. They made it a very special occasion that the Baron of Ashland is surrendering, and so all of the Camarilla has been invited to the Mirage, which is a pretty big casino in Las Vegas. They've cordoned off a special room. They have security that is lined up specifically for it. Keep in mind that the Mirage is still active. There's all kinds of gamblers and partiers going up and down the floors and staying at the hotel, and so on and so forth. Hesperia has been locked away in a cash vault. So very heavy doors, and no air. So what air that is in there currently is what was sealed in with her. Not that she needs to breathe, but it will be pertinent if she tries to talk to anybody for any particular reason, because there won't be much air. And obviously it was a way to plan against her having the capability of changing forms. She was also ordered to hold on to a stone while she was while she happened to be in there. So the stone is residing in her pocket. What exactly that stone is, no idea, but it had some odd carvings on it. And once she put it on her person, she found that she couldn't actually physically pull it out of her pocket. Like, you could do the whole, like, pull your liner out sort of thing, but it, like, just kind of hung there limply. It's still attached to the clothing and whatnot, and it was impossible to physically remove it, as she tried to, play with it a little bit to figure out what the physical limitations of it were. The rest of the group has managed to get into Vegas about an hour and a half later. So at this point, it's going on about 10 o'clock. The Elysia is just now starting. As far as everybody is aware, The rest of the group is currently in the Hampton Inn and Suites and Las Vegas Convention Center, in the parking lot right now, just kind of brooding and waiting for some sort of sign. And if anybody wants to Google map that, you are more than welcome to. It is kind of a straight shot across town. It's not too terribly far. But beyond that, and you're muted, Brittany. If you said something, I couldn't tell. But that's where we'll pick up at this point. Everybody's just kind of waiting for some sort of sign or go action. I guess at this point, there really wasn't much more than get 'em Ray, planned action sort of thing from the Ghostbusters. So it is up to all of you to figure out what you're going to do from this point and what sort of trigger is going to kind of bring you running in. I will state this would be the time now to tell me if there's anything special that you may have had prepared. You had a little bit of time to do so, but not obviously all the time in the world. Some things would have been kind of difficult to do in a car ride smashed together with a bunch of different people. I do know that the rituals that Damaris performed, because you were trying to get their names and write them on your body, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So you managed to have Benedict's name put on your body. Where specifically? And Montrose.
Well, I think it depends on what I'm having them be affected by. I have to write that part on my body. Is that right?
Yes.
So I'm probably going, because it doesn't have to be big, to be honest. It just has to be something on me.
Right. It has to be. It has to be readable, is what it is, in a sense of like, you have to be able. It has to be legible so they could see it.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking here. Which one do I want to do?
Sure,
I have the option, guys, and I'm going to bring this up to you guys. I'm going to tell you this is the ability that I have to sort of handicap them at. I can do it on their body, which basically means that they're not going to be able to use blood points. I can do it on their mind, which basically means they have to spend a willpower to use any knowledge, magic, discipline, or other sort of concentration. I can make them mute, and I can make them susceptible to frenzy. So they have a +2 difficulty.
Well, Benedict is a Ventru, so if you can keep him speaking, or perhaps the mind, that would.
They'll have to pop a willpower every time they want to use a discipline or any other concentration type product.
Montrose is a Nosferatu. I'm not sure.
I don't know much about them.
How he generally operates.
Well, what do we know about Nosferatus then? I don't know much about them.
Well, that's me.
How do I cripple you?
Making a Nosferatu make a noise or making us speak would pop us right out of the obfuscate. Frenzy would be a big thing on that. So if you force a Nosferatu frenzy, they'd be forced to make some kind of noise, or they'd be aggravated at that point. So that would probably have to do a lot. So even concentration, like when you're switching forms with Mask of a Thousand Faces, that gets something that you could work with.
So it sounds like both of them are going to be the mind variety, where I interrupt their ability to do any disciplines. Unless they spend the willpower.
Add a character question. So if we are obfuscated, we can all. If I'm using my power to obfuscate the group, we can all still see each other, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were asking something that we would prepare on the way down here. I would like to teach them. I have sign language as a language. I'd like to teach them some signs so that some basic signs, and it's going to be kind of like a military thing, but like stop, go, you look over there, so that we can communicate with each other without speaking at that point. You can't hold a whole conversation, but you can do some simple signs with each other. So I want to make sure that that's something that I've prepped the group with.
Sure. I mean, you would have enough time to do like the basics, which that's pretty easy just in general of like, okay, we're going, can you see something, stop. So you could definitely do that. But as far as communication is concerned, if it's outside of like a very basic command of like, go or look or stop or something, you're going to be kind of lost.
Right.
We don't have to stay like together, right? It's not like being under an invisibility cloak where you have to just kind of huddle.
You do have to
There
be
is a
within,
radius,
you do have to
yes.
be within a radius, yes.
Okay.
Not
I can't
like
remember the radius.
directly on top of one another, but you do have to be close to him.
I just want to make a note that I'm wearing silent shoes today.
Ooh.
That is important on Sophie. Sophie's making some big sacrifices.
None of the click clacking.
Yep.
We don't know what happened to Hesperia, do we?
She surrendered herself. At this point,
So-
you have not gotten any sort of update. You guys just got yourself in position.
So it probably
So
would
that's
be wise for us to check in with her.
right. At this point, we're picking up with that right there.
Okay. So then I guess I'm going to do the mind for each of them. So I'm basically going to write like in like, I don't know, like a blue marker or something or whatever.
No,
I
you
think
have to
it's
do it in your
blood.
vitae.
Right, blood. Sorry, never mind.
Yep.
That's fine. She's gonna basically do it so that it kind of looks like it's been there. I don't know how to describe it. Like it's been there for a while, so it looks like more of like a tattoo. I don't know if I can. So it's not obvious that it's like.
It'll be dried. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it doesn't stay permanently damp. You're going to look kind of nasty.
That's fine.
So you're basically writing it on your head or your face.
I'm gonna do it to where it's like on either side, up and down, like vertical.
Sure. Okay.
Looks cooler.
You're getting a little artsy with it. That's fine.
I am.
I'm totally okay with
For
that.
going into battle.
Yep.
I'm going to use telepathy and see if I can make contact with Hesperia.
Okay, go ahead.
And my hands are shaking.
Nervous?
2.
Okay. So that's sufficient.
So I'm gonna just try and touch her mind and
Right now you're getting the visual of a lot of money. Like stacks and stacks of money, some of them in those like trays, for that you would put in a register sort of thing, and like just a lot of money, some coin bags, just a lot of money. Almost throws you off at first. You're like, wait a minute, she's not Ventru.
Is she in a bank vault?
so Hesperia's become Scrooge McDuck. Apparently. I just see her like in a big pile of money. I'm gonna try and communicate. Are you okay?
Sure. So presumably it's basically a visual question mark that would mentally appear in Hesperia's mind. Which I'm not going to be so finicky that I make you like guys break this down to symbolism and whatnot. I mean, you can communicate regularly. It's just that's how visually like you would put it together. It's like you do it through a string of mental images.
I don't know what this thing is in my pocket, so I just want to give as much information, but still be as vague as possible, and just kind of like look myself up and down, and
Nice.
and okay.
Okay, so she doesn't appear to be injured. So that's something. She's got some rock in her pocket. I don't really get it. I guess they shoved her in a vault somewhere.
Can you tell where?
Are there any like logos in the closet or in the vault there?
Yeah.
So I can tell that it's the Mirage vault.
Yes. Well, a vault. Yeah.
A vault in the
Yeah.
Mirage.
A cash vault.
If while I'm like communicating with Sophie, I'm just gonna start pacing and looking for anything that's identifiable that I might be able to indirectly provide her with details. So such as looking at like branding or something to that effect.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, she can figure out it's at the Mirage.
Was she
Is there anything else specifically you're thinking about?
I'm gonna think about reaching how Montrose and Benedict received me.
Okay. So she's being very indirect. You can tell right now she's being very indirect about how she communicates. She's just thinking in general. She's not actively trying to communicate with you.
So I'm just basically watching her surface thoughts.
Yeah, just kind of whatever her surface thoughts are. So in a way, maybe that might cause you some sort of an alarm. Like she's being very shady about how she's communicating with you. Like maybe there's something more. But when you get the mental images of her interaction, like you see that Montrose, and you know what he looks like, and he looks very similar when you first saw him. He's very well put together, average looking guy, but kind of on the tall side and built. He took her in, didn't stake her, but took her directly to Prince Benedict, who looked very, very vibrant. Now, he looked excited at the fact that she was being presented to him, obviously under the guise of she's surrendering. But he looks pretty humane.
Does he look like I remember him?
Why don't you give me a wits and alertness check? Or actually, wits and awareness check. Difficulty 8.
Dun, dun, dun.
As I'm like trying to describe or trying to picture Benedict to her, I'm also like intermittently throwing in images of a pig eating an apple.
Okay. So you got 2 successes. You're not sure, but he's a little too humane for what you recall, and he looks a little different. Maybe a touch younger, like physically. Something's definitely off with him.
Yeah,
But you don't know what, but it doesn't. Since you're looking at him, maybe he's under obfuscate, but you don't recall him. I mean, he's Ventru. That isn't necessarily something that they all have. But you can sense that Hesperia picked up on it too.
that there was something strange about him.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try and describe this to the group in that basically there's something off about him. He doesn't look quite the way that I remember and that's definitely a red flag. And something about a pig and an apple. Maybe like Hesperia's feeling like a sacrifice. I mean, obviously. I don't know. I think there's something strange going on, and we need to be very cautious.
The pig with the apple it's some so it could be for is like some kind of party or banquet. Maybe that's what she is envisioning, that she shall be presented at some kind of party. So maybe just to be prepared, so that when we get there, that it might not just be the Benedict. It might be others there that we should be keeping our eyes open for.
Maybe it's not actually Benedict. Maybe this is somebody else, because they probably know she's being watched.
Tiberius, would you mind doing a quick scry of the mirage and see if we can figure out where Benedict is?
I can try.
And maybe where Hesperia is, so we can find her after they leave her or take her out of the closet.
Yeah.
So, Damaris, why don't you go ahead and give me an intelligence and occult check as you sit down with your bowl of water. Presumably, you've brought a couple of pre-bottled water like Dasani or something.
Yeah,
like
I'm
that.
always packing.
Yep.
Okay.
I've always got my
Intelligence.
water.
Adam and the others are here. Adam right now is just busy pacing.
Oh, I forgot we brought Adam.
Oh yes.
Yeah, like, so I did want to ask, what are we going to do with him? Like, are we just throwing him in there with us? Like, how is that working?
I thought the plan originally was that Adam and I would, because my preparation for this session was I got the 4th level of Protean.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
like Adam, I could turn into an animal, and I think that we were going to try to enter in a different way. We're going to like turn into rats or like something, and like sneak inside and then try to get the drop on people. So it's like a 2-pronged surprise.
Okay, so you and him are just kind of coming in through the back, so to speak. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I rolled 5 successes
On a difficulty 8?
Damn.
on a difficulty. 8. 1, 2, 3. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't hear
Still,
the 8 part.
still some.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. So for the first time ever, as you've scryed, you don't get a direct location.
Yeah, I kind of half expected that to happen.
You're sensing you're looking correctly, like the ritual went off, but it's not like it's blocked or anything. It's not like it's coming up blank. Oddly enough, the best way to describe it is: have you ever looked in something that's trying to auto locate and it keeps going back and forth because it's getting like mixed up between a location or something?
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the feeling you're getting. So it's got a blurry visual right now of Vegas, but it's not specific to a certain location right now.
Do I know, based on maybe previous experience, that if a building is obfuscated, that would interfere with the ability to find a location?
No, a building wouldn't be obfuscated. Now, if that was the case, you would, at that point, you'd be having to try and roll against like their obfuscation.
Okay.
But that wouldn't be what you're sensing. That would be like either you didn't spot them or you did. This isn't preventing you from trying to, again, remember, scrying is literally like a satellite kind of zooming in. You could still do that. It's just, it's not giving you that immediate focus like you're used to seeing.
Well, if it's at the Mirage, I know it has a specific address.
Yes.
So I know where that address is, so that shouldn't prevent me from being able to see the building.
Nope, it does not.
Right? So then why is it kind of... I don't know, being funky then?
Great question. You're not sure at this point.
What
Okay.
about
But when
Can
you
you
when
get-
you look at the mirage, you feel like you're kind of right,
can you get
but you've never
Hesperia?
had a kind of right.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're looking and you see people on the floor playing slot machines, playing blackjack. You know, you zip around a little bit and you find a back room that's fairly well guarded, and it's already got some people in it at this point.
So she described that that there was a bunch of money and vaults and things like that. So if this is a casino,
Mhm.
I'm gonna see if I can find that type of area.
Oh sure, yeah, no problem. I mean, it
I'm
takes
guessing
you
it's underground
it,
somewhere.
it takes you a little bit, but yeah, you find no, it's not underground. Not
Hmm.
like like you would think, but no, yeah, you find the vault, and it's actually not too difficult because all you have to do is just pay attention to the people wheeling cash to the back, or the security guard. Just basically follow the train of people, and eventually you find it.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna,
within about another 20 minutes or so of just kind of poking around, you eventually find the vault that Hesperia's in.
do I see her?
Yeah. Just kind of pacing back and forth and just looking at shit.
Okay. So I'm gonna report back. I found her, but they've got something in place. Like I bet you they have some kind of ritual that's preventing me from being more exact. The building wouldn't. I've never had it just kind of find a location, like unsure. Like, how do I say? There's usually a confidence of finding a location. In this case, when I tried, I didn't get that same feeling, and I'm usually never on a well, is this the right place sort of deal. I did find her though. She is in one of the vaults at the Mirage, locked in one of the cash vaults.
Is she going to be hard to get to?
Yeah. There's a bunch of security in between here and there, so yes.
That was probably a dumb question. A cash vault at a casino.
Yeah.
Were you searching for the casino initially, and that's what was giving you the?
Yeah, I was searching for the building or for the location, but it normally I get exact information and visions. I didn't get that this time, and that's extremely rare.
Okay.
Like that
Did you
doesn't
try?
happen.
What about for this Riker fellow?
I haven't. I can look for him. I wasn't actively looking for him.
I wonder if that would get you different results.
What about
Possibly.
Bennett?
Or
Should we? Oh, sorry.
no, you're fine. Go ahead.
I was going to say, if Sophie said that the feeling she's getting from Benedict is that he's younger, could this be like a body double thing? Are we even sure he's actually at this?
That's kind of what I was thinking. He just seems a little too alive.
Is it possible for our kind to create, I don't know, like take somebody and then make them look like them? Is that something we could do?
I mean, what's the clan
Isn't
that
that
really
something
likes
that
to?
Henri can do?
Well, there's some clans that give you the ability to change your physical appearance.
Well, that's vicissitude. Why don't you
Yes.
why don't you give me, since you haven't really run into it, why don't you give me at a difficulty 9 another intelligence and occult roll?
I've encountered vicissitude before. Would I maybe be able to tell?
So I
That
have
definitely wouldn't be vicissitude. Vicissitude doesn't change your humanity.
Oh no, that's true.
so I have 4, but I got 3 10s. I'm re-rolling.
Wow.
Yes, I'm not even kidding. So 5.
Okay.
Can I have your dice?
Yeah.
They're right here.
So
Can you just roll for us?
you randomly it comes back to you because it's not something that happens a whole lot, but you recall running into a Ventru of alternate political persuasion who didn't like the public. And he always used dominate to dominate a servant and basically psychically jump into that person's body and go to gatherings that way.
Guys, I think he's using a pretty nifty trick where okay, once upon a time I knew this Ventru that did not like to be in the public eye, so whenever they would go to meetings, he would basically take over a servant's body to be able to attend that way.
You know, I think I remember our old friend Gina Neeson doing the same thing.
So it's kind of
Who
like
happened to be Ventru.
So, okay, so if we assume that that's not actually Benedict, but we don't know where he is now.
He's basically astral projected his body into this servant. If I'm getting that right, is that
Not astral projection, but kind of the same principle.
the principle of astral projection?
Seeing through his eyes and using his body as a puppet.
Yes.
So he is physically not there. That whoever that person is, it's not him.
If we kill that person, does
He's
his
not dead.
I don't think it hurts him.
so it is like so it is like a Horcrux. We'll have to find the real body.
I
Yeah.
think the person playing Benedict is probably an innocent.
Pretty sure
What
he's
is-
either a ghoul or an innocent. Yeah.
What is this? This Horcrux? What is this?
It's in a it's in a movie. There's a essentially, in order to keep from being killed, this evil wizard like splits his soul up into different bits because you can't kill him if his soul is in different spots.
So is it if I am? It's hard to follow, but it almost it sounds like we are like that he has like possessed, like a demon might possess someone. He has. Possessed
That's
this
exactly
body.
right. He's pretty much possessed this servant, and they have done some sort of physical change to him to make him look as close as possible. There's never ever going to be an exact duplicate of anybody. So they made a lot of effort to try to make him look exactly the same. I think they were. I think they're expecting something, because you don't really
So-
do that unless you're really like
Paranoid.
paranoid.
Is he known for being
Can
paranoid?
can you scry for his body then, where he is actually at?
I can try. I have a feeling though that it might. I don't know.
Might
I
be
don't think I'm going to
protected.
get the same kind of results, but I'll try.
Right.
I'm gonna turn to Colin and ask him if what they're describing about with the scrying, if that is what counter magic looks like from the outside.
I see what you're saying.
I'm sure that is.
Yeah, so he's like, no.
No.
That's not what
No.
when somebody tries
Counter
to
magic
describe
is
our house. That's
Count-
not what it looks like.
no. Counter magic is literally a negation thereof. So if they try, so he's like, if for example, if somebody's trying to find you, like, okay, well, like this whole scrying thing, and they say, I'm looking for so and so, you're not going to come up if you're at the house.
Okay, so it's something else. But we do know that there is a high probability of some kind of magical someone in there, because that thug had the watch on that blocked him from my mind
right.
powers.
Oh, okay. So what'd you roll, Rachel? It's difficulty 8.
I didn't roll. I was waiting for them to finish. Sorry.
Sure. No problem.
I just had a terrifying thought. But
I got 3, but I have 2 10s,
Okay.
so just 3.
More time.
Okay.
Well, they spoke because I have 4 in each.
So you get that same feeling again, that confusing feeling, like it's for some reason, in essence, like your ritual is broken. Like it's trying to detect 2 different locations. It's like it's at the Mirage and someplace else.
Oh, 2 separate locations.
Uh-huh.
So
Okay, I had a feeling that there might be a second location, but can I
you
ignore the mirage direction and try to follow or
and just
concentrate
kind
on
of
the
go
other
off of the
side?
hunch. Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, you're still uncertain. It's one of those you're split no matter what, and so that's part of the problem. So
Yeah.
you go and you go to the other end of town, like at this point out of Vegas proper, towards the outskirts where some low end mountains and whatnot are, real ritzy looking area, and you end up getting a mansion. But that's as close as you come.
Do I still get a feeling like it's torn between this place and the other place on the other side of town?
You're definitely torn between the two.
But it's more specifically these two, not just some random buildings in between, but it's these two locations.
Yeah, you're torn between these two locations. You're essentially a bloodhound going two different directions and confused because your nose tells you and
Yeah. Okay. So am I able to see like potential like crossroads or streets or street name or anything? I mean, I'll write that down as I go, of course, but can I zoom in closer, maybe try to get in there a little bit more?
The best you can do at this point is just look at the building. It's not giving you the exact circumference like you're used to because you're torn between the two. But you can get the address.
Okay.
You're sharing all this with us as you
yeah, as I'm going. Okay. I'm drawing her crappy ass sketches.
Well, thankfully you don't have to draw this. You can actually just write out the address.
Yeah. So I'm caught between these two places. I'm positive it's between these two locations. I was able to at least narrow that down. So I'm feel confident that I think Hesperia is in the hotel and she's got something on her that I think that I don't know. I think it's maybe a booby trap or something. I don't know. But there's also this mansion that's on the outside of town. Like middle of nowhere mountains and everything.
There was a saint in that had an ability to he was bilocate, I think is how you would say in English. So he would appear at two places at the same time. It almost sounds as if maybe that the Benedict, the real Benedict, is within this mansion, but his essence or his soul has possessed this servant, and so he is in the both places. And could this confuse your scrying, because he is not just in one place, he is in both places. So he is as the mansion as himself, but his essence is possessing within, so the servant within the mirage.
I suppose that's a good theory. I never really tested that, I guess you could say. It usually just always come quick because people usually don't think to do that. Or to be honest, I usually don't encounter one person in two places at once.
It is a rare miracle. I do not know of any other saints that
Benedict comes off to me as a very vain individual, and he wants to make a show of this. So why wouldn't he go in person?
Because he smells a trap. That would be my best. I have a question for you, Colin. Is there any way that you could block where we are from scrying, them scrying on us? Because
so long as we're around this van, we're fine. But the moment we leave the van, the immediate radius of this van, if they go to scry, they're going to see us.
Okay, so that could also be the thing, is that because only Hesperia came and they don't know where the rest of us are, he's not gonna give up his position.
Oh.
So if I'm hearing this correctly, it means we have two targets. We don't have a choice.
My thought is
we can't leave Hesperia in there to buy, even if it's fake prints. Everybody else there is real.
Right. My thought is Benedict is at this mansion, but we can't leave Hesperia there.
Right.
So what do we want to do? I'd just as soon not slaughter people at the casino because, I mean, A, that's a lot of work, and B, I just don't want to do that.
I don't think your guys' humanity can handle it.
I would prefer not to.
Yeah, I came
If
here
it
to
needs to
go
be done,
monster
we
hunting.
can.
I thought that
We
was
can kill
the.
his-
I thought that was the intention.
I mean, not slaughtering.
Well,
An
I don't
entire
mean like
casino.
the whole casino or whatnot, but I thought that was the intention to get him into an Elysium or whatever it is, some sort of target, and get him.
Well, it doesn't. I don't care where we do it, just as long as maybe we should go to his house and do it. But we still need to get Hesperia out.
Okay.
Well, I mean, this is the way I see it. If we launch an attack at the house, they're going to know Hesperia is done for. If we go in guns blazing to try and get Hesperia first, then he knows.
He'll still think that he's
And
safe.
Benedict is probably going to bolt.
So you're saying we need to split.
Is it two-pronged?
If the idea is to get this guy, I don't see that we have a choice.
So split the group in two, and one will attack the mansion at the same time the other half of the group is attacking the Mirage.
Yeah, we can figure that out. We could use. I mean, it's going to leave us open to if somebody's scrying, but I don't know if we have a choice at this point.
I mean, I think
We're on a time schedule at this point, and the longer we leave Hesperia in there, the greater degree they're going to pass some sort of judgment on it, right?
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay, well, I think Adam needs to go with the party that takes on the prince.
yeah.
Maybe that means Colin goes with the other party. Our two heavy
Who's going
hitters.
into which party? Like,
That's what we're trying to decide.
yeah. So I could
think-
go either way, but I specifically drew these assholes' names on my face to handicap them.
Did you try scrying for Montrose? Do we know if he's still in the casino?
I haven't scryed for him. I was scrying for Benedict. So, I can. Still got the ball open.
If it's not too much trouble.
No.
Yeah, go
That
ahead and roll
would-
again.
Because if they're in the same place, then I'm guessing that Montrose is probably at the casino, and Benedict is at his house.
What's up, man, buddy?
What difficulty?
Difficulty 6.
Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and I have 2 10s.
Seriously,
Or 5.
please.
I'm
Don't let me touch your dice.
there. Yeah, no bad luck.
No, that
I'm
was
just-
like me in the first night we played in Todd's game. Like I happen to have a big dice pool and everything was on fire. I'm just like, my God.
Oh yeah.
And watch, I'm gonna waste them all here before we get to the fight. That's what's gonna happen.
She's gonna get in there and it's like, I'm gonna shoot him with fire. Ones.
Yeah,
ones.
For real. And I can do that too.
No.
So yeah, you spot him.
That.
He happens to be standing there, and you see that he is currently talking to. He's currently talking to somebody else you don't recognize, but she's female. Looks like she's kind of trendy dressed, but more modern.
Does she look pale enough to be, a ghoul or undead? And I can't obfuscate, or not obfuscate, auspex, or,
Why don't you give me a wits and awareness check? Difficulty 7.
an awareness. 1.
1.
I told ya.
She's humane. It's hard. It's hard to say. Do you have any Camarilla lore?
Yeah.
Okay. Then it's a good bet that she's probably a vampire. Because ghouls wouldn't just be speaking to a sheriff.
Yeah, I kind of figured as much. I didn't know if it was maybe more of a ghoul or a vampire. So she's one or the other. Okay. Where is he at? Is he at the casino, like standing in front of her door or something? Or
No,
are they?
they're in a private room in the back.
Who all are there? Is it just those two, or are there anybody?
Nope,
Because if they're
you-
holding Elysium for this,
You count the prince. There's a woman you don't recognize. She is dressed rather businesslike. There's a man that stands next to her. Also kind of trendy, but more business casual looking. So kind of polo and slacks and whatnot. Then, of course, there's the sheriff, Montrose. There's a man of Middle Eastern descent, maybe a mix, who is more casual, like jeans, t-shirt looking guy. Then, of course, the trendy looking woman that I just described. And then there's an Asian looking fellow dressed kind of similar to the Middle Eastern guy, but his pants are a little bit more torn and lived in.
I'm gonna try and no, maybe not, because I don't think I saw any of these people before.
You actually did not. I can tell you because you only met Montrose
That's
and
what I was
Benedict. Yeah.
remembering. Okay, so
Um,
that wouldn't help.
do I recognize any of the individuals?
No.
Yeah, I would say probably not.
You also see two other individuals who are standing at the door that are questioning anybody that comes up. They tend to shoo a lot of people off. It looks like they're guests or whatever that might wander up to the area. But you can tell by the way that they're staring at people, they're probably focused on like their auras.
Yeah, I could have. Yeah, definitely guessed that. Okay, so there's give or take about 10 people there.
Ish.
More
yeah.
coming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm gonna relay that. There's about 10 people there where they are, and they are at what I would consider an Elysium. They're in a private room in the hotel, and they're definitely scanning people as they come in through the Auspex ability. Okay. So
with the aspects, does it look like if you can see like heat, you can see like if you're not even looking for this like a specific thing, you can see like heat here, heat here, heat here. So like with the aspects, could you look at an area and would they be able to see us even though we are obfuscated? Or
Yes.
is it...
They can, yeah. I would expect so.
Yeah, they might have a chance to, yeah.
If I'm good enough, if I focus enough, I can see through through obfuscate. Yes.
So if they are looking at people walking up, they could be scanning a room and not just looking at individuals. They could be, so like if we are approaching hidden, they may still pick us up.
Yeah, there's good chance of that.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so I do definitely think the prince is in another location while his body is there, because I think he does smell a trap.
So how do we get Hess out without having to take on this whole group? Because that's not feasible. And we need to send half of our party after Benedict, and I think Adam needs to go with that group.
I have a question. So the way that like scrying works, do they have to know who they're looking for?
If you're trying to find somebody specific.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so,
scrying allows you to look at just like general locations too. Like you you say, I want to go look at that mountain. Poof. You get a close up view of that mountain.
Okay. But so like me, who is like a relatively new vampire that has not ever met any of these people, they're probably not looking for me. They're probably looking for Sophie, who they've met before. Who else has met these guys?
Just me.
Just you? Okay.
Well, I mean, I've met Benedict and Montrose, but I would expect that my face is known around here.
Okay. So I think that I should volunteer for getting Hesperia out, because they're not going to know my face, even if I have to show up as a, not in rat form. Hopefully it'll buy me a little bit of time. I don't think if these guys are in a suite, then they're probably not near the near the vaults.
I
So
mean,
hopefully,
I can tell you exactly where they're at. Like,
okay. Could
because
you
I
tell?
mean, I know the path that they. I mean, I can literally scout right out the whole like layout of the building because that's how I can.
Okay. Could you show me like? Could you make a map to where Hesperia is, and then give me like a general idea of where that is in relation to the suite that they're staying in?
So okay, so Jerome, I have a question. So when we did when I scried before in the house, when Sophie kind of joined in on that,
Mm-hmm.
can I have him do the same thing with me, and that way I can just show him?
Does he have telepathy?
Oh, that's right. Do you have telepathy? I don't think you do.
No, I'm a dumb animal.
Never mind. Just kidding. I'll draw it out.
I could maybe follow you like the map and then send it to him if I roll well enough.
I mean, honestly, you can just get into my head and I mean, I'll just
You
I'll just draw it out. It's
you
really
don't.
not that
You're making it a
difficult.
little bit more difficult than it needs to be. You don't
Yeah,
need
I'll
a
just draw it out.
writer to do that. Yeah, it just. You don't need two people to
Okay.
do, in essence, one thing. It just needs to be a crude map. But I can tell you right now, by the time you're looking at it, and, and kind of giving your rough sketch of like, okay, well, this is here, and this is here, and that's a door, and so on and so forth, you see that they're taking Hesperia into Elysia at this point.
She's going into Elysia, guys. Quick, someone pull the fire alarm.
She's out of the vault.
Yeah, so they're taking her. So what are we gonna do, guys? Are we gonna all go to I don't even know.
Henri, can you make me look like somebody that's not me, so that I can go in there?
This is easy. I would just have to be with you as we do this.
Oh, you have to stay with me?
Yeah, I have to be able to see you in order to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you put an illusion on me so that they won't recognize me?
Yeah, I probably would have worked off this gut by now and masked that if I had that capability. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If I knew that was going to be a thing, I would have looked that up. I know people who can do that, but that's not really my thing.
Okay.
I didn't know Colin was
Maybe
chubby.
you just don't go to there.
He's
Maybe
not.
you go with Adam and I don't know, since they will recognize you.
I would suggest it sounds as if my obfuscate skill to hide us is useless because these obfuscate bastards can see through us. So I'm thinking I would.
It doesn't necessarily, not to interrupt. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's useless. It just means there's a chance for them to stop it. You would know that as a Nosferatu.
But they also, I mean, maybe you just go in disguised instead of hidden, because I
can do this.
The
Obfuscates would see me as a vampire, but they would not see me. Yeah, I can do this.
For all they
and that's
know,
something
you're
I could do.
down.
Right, but I could do that for you and I as well. Like we could be as a married couple for all as I know. Yeah.
No, that's true. Okay, so who needs to go to which location then?
I can go to either, to be honest, because obviously Montrose and Benedict are not at the same place. So my curse will work on at least one of them. But I don't know who is the one that's more important at this point. I mean, I'm assuming it's Benedict. I can also walk through walls. Just putting it out there.
If
you can do what?
I haven't used it in a while. I used it to escape from my haven when it got attacked.
Can you extend that to someone else? If you're tucked, could you walk into the vault?
No, I don't think so.
Nope.
I'm pretty sure I can't do that.
Otherwise, that would have been
that would have been amazing. For real.
You and Adam together go to Benedict and then take Benedict out, walking through the walls. Zoop, zoop.
That would be
epic. Okay, so you can't go, but Hesperia is out of her vault now. Okay.
Okay,
I know.
you guys have been discussing at this point. It's been about an hour now.
I know.
Through
We
all
don't
the
know what to
scrying and
do.
discussion. So I will put you guys on pause here temporarily. So, the doors at the Elysia are locked at this point. Hesperia has been brought in. Now nobody is making any sort of moves, but she can tell that most of the security that's here is keeping an eye on her. But she's free to kind of walk around the room a little bit to meet whoever. Nobody seems to be overly anxious to ingratiate themselves. Benedict is kind of sitting on a chair with Montrose, by his side and just kind of chit-chatting, a bit. And at this point, the door is the front doors to the location, or I should say to the room, has been closed and locked. You can see that there are some other guards that are standing out front at this point. And the two that had been outside are inside now. Both of them are dressed kind of similarly. Hesperia, give me a wits and alertness check on the two guys that are just now coming inside.
That was just
Difficulty 6.
difficulty 6. Okay, I have 2.
2. Okay. Since you don't really have anything else going on, and you kind of stare a little bit at the two, you can see that there are two little pins on their left breast that has kind of a circle and square configuration with a little bit of an arrow pointing in a certain direction.
Is this something I'm familiar with?
It would give you the indicator that they're probably claiming to be a part of Clan Tremere.
Okay. Oh, shit. Is there any really nice furniture around?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they handing out like any kind of beverages, any kind of like anything?
Yes, there is in essence like a I don't want to say a buffet tray, but something along those lines that's here, that they have some liquid beverage for those who might need it.
Okay. I'm going to go get a beverage, and then I'm going to go sit on the back of the nicest piece of furniture that's unoccupied and put my feet all over the chair.
Okay.
And I'm going to stare down Benedict while I'm doing it.
Okay. So he's not concerned with you staring or whatnot. I mean, it's clear that there's, a lot of vampires, in here currently. They're chit-chatting about like this or that or whatnot. And you can see that occasionally like one or two maybe off the side and talking, and they're looking at you and then talking amongst themselves again and whatnot.
Is there an opportunity where I can, I understand everybody's looking at me, but is there any kind of break-in vision where I can maybe use obfuscate?
You absolutely could certainly try.
I just want to try because I don't want to be there.
Okay. So go ahead and roll.
Would I roll for that again? It's been a while.
Are you trying to vanish? Vanish from the mind's eye? Or
are you just trying to
like,
disappear?
Yeah, just trying to disappear. It's obfuscate and what else?
No, you're not going to roll for obfuscate. Well, you're rolling
Okay.
for basically vanish from the mind's eye.
Yeah, charisma and stealth. Difficulty is their wits and alertness.
Thank you. So just go ahead and roll. Base it off of a 6.
I have snake eyes, so I got nothing.
Okay. So basically you just instinctually kind of focus like you would in your your Nasi self, and eventually, Montrose comes walking up near the table, and then he just slaps you in the back of the head.
Is that any way to treat a guest?
We're using that term loosely.
Perhaps. Still rude.
Well, enjoy what time that you have left then.
Yeah, it looks like you maybe rolled out the red carpet for me.
It's not every day.
And I'm just going to put...
It's not every day a baron submits themselves to a prince and travels all the way from their domain, if you could call it that.
How about you tell me more about submission to a prince?
Cute.
I'm just going to wink.
Yeah. Well, when you've ruled as long as he has, maybe then you can weigh in on it.
Yeah, that's true.
So at this point, like I said, it's been about an hour of discussion. So you're already at a little past 11 at night. Have you made a concrete decision as to what you're going to do?
I'm almost thinking it should be me, Adam, and Colin go wreck up the mansion while you all try to get back Asperia.
I would think that Colin would come with us, where the two of you go to the mansion, because we don't have a whole lot of direct attack power without. So you know what I mean. If we're taking our three best kind of fighter positions to.
What about Adam, Damaris, and Remus go to the mansion and take on the prince, and then the rest of us go get Hess?
Team Dirt Children.
Do you really want to send Damaris away when you know that there are other blood magicians in that room?
I don't want any of this. We don't have any good options. Tell me a different way.
If Adam and Remus together, I would think that Adam and Remus together would be a good duo to go, and it's if Colin and the three of us were to go, it might be easier for us to get into to get Hess back.
So at that point, Adam overheard his name, and Remus feels the nape of his neck get picked up again. as Adam just basically grabs him and he says, "You will drive," and just like throws you into a random vehicle that he's just opened.
Okay. I guess that's been decided.
I have 0 in drive.
But you understand the concept of a car. He does not.
I do. Yeah.
I mean, you could take Robert.
Robert can drive.
I think
You don't know.
Adam can take on Benedict. No problem.
I agree.
Remus, do you know how to drive or no?
I don't. But would it be dexterity drive?
Yes.
I mean, my dexterity is pretty good. But
Figure it out. Just use your brake and the accelerator.
It might be easier if Robert goes with Remus and Adam, and then because he is not going to. I do not want him to go into Mirage with us. I can drive our van here to go to Mirage.
Okay.
Perfect. But okay. Well, what about a getaway car, boss? Or do we?
Is this car that Adam has just secured for you?
But
Wire it.
Okay, but never mind. Okay. I'll do what you want me to do, boss.
Can you drive the car?
Oh no, I
Can you,
did. But you're like my priority.
No. I see. Yeah, I appreciate that, and we have been together. But as this priority at this point is to, they need a ride. You take them, and you have taught me to drive, and I shall take the other group.
Okay. Like he's clearly feeling anxious, but he's like, okay, boss. And he just goes over and pushes Remus out of the way. Not like hastily, just because he's super nervous at this point. Just like, get. Like he's trying to control the situation by doing the one thing he knows how to do.
And Robert, yours is, as you say, is the getaway driver. You are not going into the attack. This is Remus and Adam shall be sufficient to go into to get Benedict.
Okay. So he hot wires the car.
All right, we get in.
So when the doors are shut, you can hear Adam command Robert to drive, and he floors it in the parking lot. So it's just like peeling of rubber, just as he just bolts off and drives off in that location. You get the hint that Adam probably put some supernatural power behind it or something, and just put
the zip.
Yeah, put the fear of God into him for some reason, and he just drove.
Drive.
Okay, so are we going to try the obfuscate plan?
So I shall.
Okay.
At this point, I think we should just as far as obfuscate, maybe I shall use Mask of 1,000 Faces to make us all appear to be like just tourists. We can wander into the mirage together, and then once we get close to the doors, we go into the doors at that point, because it may just be easier that we can take as Colin pointed out, the car is hidden, so I can take this vehicle to the mirage. They won't know we are coming. Park in the parking garage, and then just walk together as tourists. And then once we are inside, then we do our attack plan from there.
Okay. I'm just curious, how are we approaching a room full of vampires in an Elysium? Like, we're just walking through the front door and hoping they don't see us?
They're probably going to see us. I don't know how. I don't want to kill this whole place, and I don't think we can.
I don't think so either.
But if we are just as the I see. You don't want to kill everyone in the room once we enter into the room.
I mean, casualties are going to happen. My priority is getting Hesperia out. I really don't care about them.
I don't care about them either. I just want Hesperia out and Benedict gone. If we can avoid killing bystanders, I really prefer that. Okay, well, let's drive over there while we're discussing.
So, Colin, what magics do you have? I don't know. My first is to open door, bang, bang, stab, and be done. But if we're trying to not kill everyone,
that's what I came with. Choice? I came anticipating a fight,
right?
Not to sneak in.
What if we pulled the fire alarm and the building was evacuated? I mean, I'm sure our people wouldn't leave, but a lot of innocents would.
And it's going to tip them off that we're coming, but you're going to get the people out, and there's going to be confusion.
What do you think? They're going to find out sooner or later that we're coming anyway.
I mean, how often does a casino really have a fire alarm?
I don't
all
know.
The time.
I mean, really?
Oh yeah. Buildings have to be built to code. They have to have fire alarms.
No, I know that, but I mean, how often does
a fire alarm go off?
That's what I mean. Not like as like a simple test, because I mean,
Often enough.
just
Think
takes-
about
yeah,
how many
it just-
shysters are trying to pull one over on the casino by like taking their money,
Mm.
quickly or getting out of a sticky situation, with disreputables that are trying to get their money or whatever have you.
Or
One of the
just a
first
pissed
thoughts you're
off
going to have is try to
drunk-
sneak out, under the cover of an alarm or something like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Some drunk's gonna go pull the fire alarm. So
Yeah.
they probably have security watching it. So
What if it's a real fire alarm, though? I know somebody who can drop a little fireball.
Yeah, I can do a few of those.
I was talking about him, but I suppose you can too.
Whoops.
I mean, maybe
I
more than
can.
one.
I can light a lot of stuff on fire.
I'm not real keen about the fire.
I mean, somewhere
real fire.
not
I don't like
where
the
we are.
idea of a.
Preferably, because there's a real fire I'm evacuating to. So
Yes.
I need to be
Um,
honest.
Too sweet, as quick as possible. So
I have a question about this whatever's in her pocket, which I think you mentioned was a stone. Do we know what pocket that's in? Is that in like a jacket pocket where she could easily like take her jacket off?
Pants pocket.
Pants
Yeah,
pocket.
Hef, what are you wearing today?
She's like, I don't know. I didn't plan that far ahead.
I was just thinking that, because obviously you can't, we don't know that you can't do this, I guess. So never mind. I guess that's my gaming
We could
question.
just
Never mind.
we could just pants her and leave it. in.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Like, get it off her. Just if she can't physically remove it, she can take off her pants. Because I don't know what it does. So
You're muted, Missy.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying Hesperia doesn't really change clothes all that often. Like she's clean and stuff, but she doesn't stink. But it's it's the same ratty stuff that she always wears.
okay. Well,
I'm sure we
I
can
just
find
don't know what that stone's gonna do.
Or
I'm
you
a little
just,
nervous.
I mean, I brought a change of clothes because we were coming overnight. But when we get back to the van, you're not here, for me to converse with.
If it wasn't like super conspicuous, I would have totally just like ripped off my pants already. But I'm already doing a really good job of almost getting myself killed. So.
Oh, I have
What,
I have a
Henri?
new ability is animalism I have learned. I could Remus mentioned rats earlier. What if I were to call all the rats into the mirage rather than a fire
alarm?
But instead of a fire alarm,
Infestation?
what's that?
An infestation?
Yes, I could go.
I could do that
we
too.
would
I can
walk
help
in.
you.
So if dozens of rats were suddenly to show up, people would flee at that point.
Okay, but that still that gets the humans out, but we still need to deal with the vampires.
So at this point, you guys have pulled up to the front of the Mirage. Are you taking valet parking, or are you going to just park in a nearby parking structure?
Parking structure.
Okay.
We're literally just going up to the front door. I don't know what else to do, guys.
Okay, let's disguise our faces as something else. So that at least there's that. And then I like the rats idea. I like the fire alarm idea. Maybe we could do both. And then I guess we walk in and talk to the neighbors. I don't know.
Okay, so you have parked at this point, and you need an idea as to what you're doing going forward. So you are obfuscating your what are you doing from this point?
I'm going to obfuscate this as a group of Asian tourists.
Okay. Easy
Some,
enough.
Like as driving down the street. And then we'll go inside. Once we go inside, I just want to call with to Damaris, we can call as many rats as we can. You can help me with that. And then once the rats are there, I can feral whispers.
Where are you calling the rats from?
Got to call them into the building. You realize that? Like, I don't know if there's even one in the building.
I'm sure there are.
So so you're going to go into the building as Asian tourists. You're going to call rats from inside, or are you going to do it beforehand?
We probably need to call them from beforehand because with the doors closed, they can't come in. So they have to have entryway. So
well, they can go through the
Ducks.
the ducts and stuff. Like, there's plenty of pipes and stuff that they can go through.
But they can only come. I guess do they come in from earshot? How does that work? It's earshot when summoned. So I have to.
Doesn't that only summon one?
No.
How many does it summon?
It can summon up to multiple. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how many successes. With 5 successes, that would like all of them would respond, but they have to be able to hear me is the deal. So if I'm inside the El Mirage, like it might be
just
better
call
in
them
the parking
outside
garage.
and give them instructions to go in like, I don't know, what, 2-3 minutes?
Go bite people. So like, you know, like it's, that would cause chaos enough, I would think.
It would. I think though, and I'm sorry to be the negative Nancy here, but I think that, you know, all of a sudden these rats coming in, all of a sudden, I think that's still going to tip them off, the vampires.
Yeah.
Saying, well, that's unusual. A bunch of rats coming in biting people. But I guess it's a distraction.
So you are stepping outside of the van. You have obfuscated as Asian tourists at this point. So go ahead and just give me your basic roll there for your obfuscation, and then give me an animalism check to squeaking your way into the hearts of many rats.
So that would be, and I haven't used animalism in a while. So what is it? Animalism or animal ken?
It's I believe it's charisma and animal ken, or maybe manipulation. Let me take a look real quick.
Please be manipulation. And one more in there.
What's my difficulty? What's my difficulty on Mask of 1,000 Faces?
Hold on a second. It's manipulation and animal kin.
Okay.
Okay, I have two successes on Mask of 1,000 Faces.
I have 4. 3 7s and a 6.
Okay, and then animal kin, and what was the other one? In animalism?
Animal kin and manipulation.
Manipulation, okay. 6. Difficulty what? I'm sorry?
7.
Holy cow, okay.
Yeah, for some reason rats are harder to deal with than wolves, cats, or vampire bats.
And so then I only got 3, because I only had 3 7s.
Okay.
I only have 2.
That's fine. So you both call one rat at this point, and your basic command is to basically gather your brood and go
terrorize
inside,
the
right?
casino. Yep.
So now with animals, it says with 2 successes, it's 1/4 of the animals, and then 3 successes is like half the animals. So that's all that they hear from us.
You're talking about beckoning. Sorry. Yeah, if you're okay, so you're doing beckoning then. Sorry about that. That's charisma and survival. Feral whispers is just to talk to them.
Yeah, because we have to summon them first. So, okay, charisma.
I gotta re-roll. Dang it.
4, 5, 6. Okay.
Same difficulty. 7.
5.
No, difficulty 6.
Oh.
6.
2.
I have 5 successes.
Nice.
I have summoned all the rats.
So between
you sure have.
So
Here's
between
my
the
2.
two of you have definitely summoned all of the rats that were within earshot. And so I'll let you keep that roll from basically communicating to one to communicate to all the others to take your brood and to go inside.
And go bite humans.
and to
go,
eat.
Go bite all the humans. Yes.
Well, they're not gonna bite the human. That would be in self defense. But if you're giving them a command of like food is over there, hell yeah, they're gonna go for that.
Oh, that's a fantastic command.
Find
Go
whatever food you
inside
can. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's all kinds of food inside there. Go inside and eat and protect yourselves.
So they are going. So basically, what happens at this point is after you do that, you see basically the visual. If you were watching the television show version of this, is a group of Asian tourists proceed to start talking to some rats, and like a carpet of rats start skittering across the street over towards this, to the Mirage, through the bushes and through the parking lot and past the fountain and how are you guys entering? Are you going to the front door?
Front door, and we need to move because they're going to get there before we do, so we need to move.
Okay. All right, so you guys kind of put a little brisk step and hustle and get up through the front doors as quickly as possible. You already know where the room is at, Rachel, because you've already looked around this place long enough and you've got a decent enough map that you know where specifically in the back this particular meeting room is. So Hesperia, as the prince has called everybody forward at this point, he's like, gather around, everyone, gather around. It is time. And Montrose at this point is standing behind Hesperia and urges her forward to stand in front of the prince. Do you resist or do you go with it?
I'm gonna resist slightly, and I'm just like kind of jovially and I didn't know there was a performance part to this.
Oh yes, indeed, there is a performance. Montrose, would you have her kneel before me? And he places a swift kick to your knees.
Rude.
And so he says, my fellow Camarilla citizens, it is not often that we have such a esteemed individual in our midst, someone who thought that this anarchy movement was above the ivory tower, was better than the ivory tower. Yet she has been brought before her knees, before the might of the Camarilla. As all of you are well aware, these throwbacks, these misanthropes, have tried their damnedest to make something of themselves, and we know the folly of California, and we know what happened in Birmingham. We know what happened on the East Coast, and their rabble is next to nothing. Yet, this one stayed defiant. And he gives her like a
slow clap.
Very, very slow clap.
I mean, with that, I'm like, as he's doing the slow clap, I'm just gonna like awkwardly look around and put my hand on my stomach and like do this.
Okay. Not a problem. The trendy looking woman that had been talking to Montrose snickers a little bit, as you do. The rest of them are kind of just either indifferent or they just have kind of a stone cold look to them and whatnot. And he says, but she has graciously asked to surrender to the will of the Camarilla. And I have decided to see fit that she may surrender. For am I not a generous prince? Am I not a gracious prince? And they're all like, yes, Prince Benedict, you are gracious. You are doing the right. There's some muttering that kind of going on in the background. And he's like, Calm down, he says. And I would not be so presumptuous to cast aspersions directly upon the title that they had bestowed upon her. I mean, Baron. What is this, England? And they're all just kind of, chuckle. So, I have called, and they have graciously responded. An Archon will be joining us shortly, and they will be taking our lovely guest away so that she might see the light of the Camarilla before a Justicar.
Oh.
And I mean, even that woman that had been standing, she's the one that gave you the stone, Hesperia. Even she, you notice she cringes a little bit when he says that. Like, she wasn't expecting him to say that. And he says, "Oh, of course, I know it. We are not going to be honored with a conclave here. It has been deemed that she should be taken somewhere. She should be taken somewhere more important. But that's quite all right. We definitely played our part, and the rest of you should be commended on helping to create such a fine, established city. Now, I am aware that Miss Neeson could not be here with us to enjoy the fruits of her labor. Did I forget to add that her ilk caused her demise? And then, of course, there's some, looking around amongst them and whatnot. And question real quick. Hesperia has diablerized, hasn't she?
No, she has not.
Okay. I remember there has been some people, I couldn't remember if she has or not. And she says, and he says, and they have consorted with the Sabbat. And some of the people are like, wait, what? And, and they all kind of look around either to gauge what the reactions are. The only person that doesn't really seem to flinch, he doesn't really give a damn, is the gentleman in kind of the business casual who's standing near the business lady who's there. Which, give me another wits and alertness check. Difficulty 6. Three. Remember those pins that you saw on the guys that were guarding the door?
Yeah.
You see them on them as well.
Oh, great. Yay.
Wait, did you say the pins?
Yes.
Oh,
The Tremere pins.
There's a bunch of them.
There's a bunch of them.
Oh, yay.
This will be a first. And he says, perhaps it would behoove me to ask if you have any final words before wood is driven into your chest. But if you would humor me, do you have any words for your captive audience?
Fuck you.
Well, I mean, I don't have as many words as clearly you have, Benedict, so I'll keep it brief because I hear brevity is the soul of wit. See you on the other side. Do me in, fellas.
So with that, then, not Benedict, but Montrose drives a rather large stake straight into her chest. Just and driving her now torpid carcass to the floor, just frozen in place. You no longer feel the connection to her, Sophie.
Guys, something happened to Hess.
Okay, it is time to move. When we get inside, I'm going to look for a fire alarm, because that's something that we were talking about, just a fire alarm pole.
Sure.
So as Damaris is leading us to the room, as soon as I see one, it's just going to be boop, pop it down.
Okay. Go ahead and just give me a wits and alertness check, difficulty 5. They're not super common around the floors, but then again, you know they have to be there somewhere.
Right. One success.
It's good enough. It takes you a little bit longer than you anticipated. Maybe it's because with that comment from Sophie, you're a little bit more urgent than you had been, but you find one. Because they usually have like a sign, nearby it or something, and you just pull it and keep going. So
Cool.
The alarms start going off at this point, and people start like looking around. And initially, some people are kind of pissed because they were like, maybe some of them were right in the middle of like a winning streak or something. They don't want to go anywhere, and then the rats start coming in, and so now people start freaking out and bolting. Hesperia, you hear, although you can't do anything, you hear the alarms going off at this point in the building, and lights flashing on the wall indicating that there's some sort of fire alarm. So Montrose puts his ear up to his, or puts his finger up to his ear and listens in for a second, and then he leans over to Benedict and he says, "Fire alarm has been pulled. And there are a bunch of rats out on the floor." And so Benedict is like, he kind of scoffs. He's like, "Oh, of course. She didn't come alone. Surprise." And so, Montrose is like, "Of course." And so the lady looks to him and says, we're ready, my prince. We will defend the body. We will defend the room until the Archon can come in possession of your subject. And he says, "Oh, but of course." And he looks to the others in the room and he says, "Will you likewise defend this city?" And they're like, "Of course, my prince, of course." Collectively, to some degree. And we lost Todd. Hopefully he'll be back. So, as the rest of you approach the door, there are security right outside. And at this point, how are you doing? Are you just busting in now because alarm's going off, or
Can we see into the room, or the
doors are closed. There are 2 men posted outside. They look like your typical security staff that you would find here on on the floor. They are armed though.
I'm going to read their auras as we get closer, or as they come into sight. I'm going to read their auras.
Okay, go ahead. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Is that right? Do I have that many points? Seven.
All right. You are 100% confident that they had a very healthy meal for the past couple of days. They are human. They are well kept. They are fit. And you're fairly certain that they may have just worked out earlier on the day.
Okay. Well, I hope that wasn't my best roll of the night. Does anybody have Dominate? I can't remember.
I have Jed Gaze.
I have that too.
He gets him away from the door.
I guess I can do Awe. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's 0 successes.
So what do you say?
I'm going to say, excuse me, can we get through?
Of course not.
We have business beyond this door.
They look to one another, and they pull their guns. We are now in combat.
All right.
So at this point, I need. Let me break this down here real quick. We have got.
We're doing wits alertness, or
We've got Colin, Sophie. We have got Damaris. We have got Henri. So the four of you, and then Hesperia, right?
1,
Yep.
2, 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even though you're not
Hesperia,
acting yet,
roll for
Hesperia,
initiative.
go ahead and roll for initiative. Just so I know where everybody's at.
Wait, it's wits and alertness, right?
It's wits and alertness and 1d10.
Wits and Dex, I thought.
Or wits and dex, sorry.
I only know because I wrote it on my sheet.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take those dots and then you add a d10 to those dots.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the only dice pool that acts like that in White Wolf for some reason.
Okay. I have a 7.
Okay.
I also get 7.
Rolling a D10 plus what? Dex?
Wits
Dex.
plus Dex plus
Oh.
1d10.
Okay, and Hesperia got 5. Sophie got what?
7.
Damaris got what?
Still rolling. I'm confused. So, wits.
Add your dex and your wits. So just dice pools. Now, you don't add
I'm like, why am I rolling that many? I brain farted. Okay.
Yeah. No, for some reason, I don't know why White Wolf did that. That was the way they determined it. So you just
Okay.
add them together. So, like, say, for example, if your dex and wits added up to be 5, and you'd add 1 d10.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 7 plus 5. So what is that? 12.
12.
Okay.
Nice.
Henry,
7.
7. All right. So, oops.
Just need Colin.
Yeah, we got Colin already, and okay. So they're pulling their weapons at this point. Colin ends up drawing out a pistol and firing on them before they even have the chance to pull. Like, he just got on the quick draw. He's acting on 13. Okay, so, well, 2 successes. That's it. That will be a hit. And Pistola does... All right, well, 2 points. So cap the guy like right in the shoulder for some lethal damage. You can't soak it, so that's 13, 12.
Damaris.
I'm at 11.
I thought you were 12.
12.
Oh, 12. Sorry, I brain farted.
You're gonna have to hold that
okay.
in.
I know. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna
Okay,
dread gaze
fine.
one of them.
Okay.
Use that. I don't know what I roll for that.
Dread gaze should shit.
Dread gaze is
Manipulation, right? Intimidation.
charisma and intimidation.
Charisma, intimidation. Okay. Targets the difficulty's willpower, I believe, so it's difficulty 5.
Okay, well that's cool. So 3, so I roll 5. So and there goes 1 die.
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry, you guys. I was on mute the whole time.
Mhm.
Sorry, I literally said 5.
5. Okay.
Yes.
So you bury your fangs very violently and hiss at this guy, and he just panics and bolts down the hallway to get the hell out of the way, pushing past an elderly couple trying to make their way out the back because the fire alarms are going on. Just shoves them right the fuck out of the way. Just poof.
Did he drop his gun?
No, he still got his gun.
Damn.
That's all I can do, really. So
That works.
Okay, so that brings us to the next one in line. That is going to be Sophie and Henry.
Sophie, go ahead.
I'm going to try to entrance him. This last guy.
Okay.
And what's the difficulty?
Let's see.
BRB.
That's a good question. I don't know offhand.
Probably also willpower, I would guess.
Oops, doggone it. Go back up here. Trans. It. There we go. Appearance and empathy. Equal to the target's willpower, so it's 5.
Oh, okay. So that is 6 successes.
Okay, so you have successfully entranced him for at least the next year.
Honey, you're coming to Ashland. Okay. Is this the guy that Colin shot or the other guy?
This is the guy that Colin shot.
Okay, well, that's going to be awkward at home. Not that he's coming home, but okay. I'm gonna say you're my servant now. Get us in there and protect us.
Oh, okay. He looks sort of, awkward with the command, but then he opens the door. Doors come open.
Nice.
So you guys already kind of have an understanding of what it is you're looking at. The whole court is kind of laid out before you. The doors come open. And at that point, Hesperia, of course, is on the ground and, with wood stuck in her chest. Yes?
With aura perception, can I sweep the room? Or do I have to focus on just one person?
No, you can look around. But that was your action, though. You've already committed to entrancing him.
No, that's fine. Just for my next idea.
Okay. So Henry, at this point, the doors come open. You see a whole court of vampires ready for you guys.
That's cool. I want to shoot the person that's closest to Hesperia.
That would be Montrose, the sheriff. Okay. He's actually standing right there.
Okay, and that's Dex firearm, right?
Dex and firearms.
Difficulty is 7 because it's my PPK. I have 2 successes.
All right, no, you managed to catch him. So go ahead and roll damage.
So it says damage 4. Do I just roll 4 dice? Is that what it is?
4 dice, yes.
And then the difficulty 6 for damage, is that
yes,
right?
It's always going to be difficulty 6 for damage.
Okay, so just 1 success.
Okay, so you hit him. You damage his suit.
Bam! Damn it.
Exactly. You got his attention. So the guy who had been standing next to the businesswoman extends his hand forward. And let's see, where are we at? We have 1, 2. We got what? 4 people. Not counting Hesperia. Okay, yeah. Okay, so he just is attacking at random, and he ignites Colin.
No.
All right.
Also, it occurs to me that maybe I could have asked this guy some questions before
Thank you for the
Open.
follow, Wear Tag. All right, so he ignites Colin, and Colin starts yelling as he goes up and into flame. There's more fire around him that actually ignites on him, so it probably wasn't as good of a strike as he had intended.
And then he hugs the closest vampire and catches them on fire.
Which would be you guys right now.
No, he runs inside the room first.
I see. So, the next person is the prince looks at Sophie.
We're still disguised, aren't we?
Well, no, you're committed to fighting at this point, so your obfuscation drops.
Okay.
Does it?
Your concentration at this point is no longer on keeping everybody looking differently. It's fighting.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
Yeah. If it was just you, then yeah, you could have still looked like, Asian tourist, but
right.
Okay, so he looks directly at Sophie and commands her to run away. So what is your willpower, Sophie?
7.
Okay. That's not bad. Oh, you are so lucky. You feel the beast inside you wanting to yield to Benedict's command, and maybe it's because your husband is on fire that you remain, and you're able to steel yourself enough to say, not gonna do it, and you stay put. Although you can't deny that there's a part of you that just wants to obey him for some reason.
Well, of course I do. I mean, also there's fire.
You notice, Damaris, you notice that as the fight is now starting to break out inside, obviously with the court scene, you guys starting to advance and make your way in to try and save Hesperia. The Middle Eastern guy takes a step back.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah. Okay. So he takes a step back, but does he look like even remotely concerned about the fact that there's a fight starting in here?
It's very hard to say. All I can say is right now you notice that he is taking a step back.
Behind someone or just
taking a step back. Remember, everything is reacting at this point in seconds. So you can't tell if he's like about to die behind something or not.
Okay. I mean, it's not my turn right now, so I'll take a note of it.
Oops. All right. That was their round. So next round at this point.
Back to Colin.
So Colin, let's see. Gonna make a willpower check because he is on fire. En fuego.
Fire!
Okay. So
I thought that was his thing.
What's that?
I thought that was his
Casting it,
thing.
not being on fire. So at this point, because he's still on, his clothing at this point is still on fire. So he doesn't move anywhere, but at this point he pulls back, and juts real quick with his hands, and you see a cone of fire release from his hands. Just, and at this point, everybody's eyes inside the room go, because they clearly did not expect that.
That's awesome. Well, is it with him or me? I was going to do it.
Or him and you.
Yeah.
Hesperia, why don't you go ahead and give me a self-control check, even though you're torpid? It's still possible for you to be completely panic-stricken, yet not be able to move.
Sucks.
And you are muted.
My legs run.
I have 2 successes.
Okay.
Nice.
So you're terrified, but you haven't lost control of like yourself. It's more along the lines of like, I mean, somebody almost getting hit by a car. So fire bursts into the room, strikes the guy. The intended target was the person who ended up putting him on fire. He catches on fire, and he frenzies and starts running, to the back of the room and hitting a door to try and get the hell out. So kind of like the streaking vampire at this point who's frenzied. Everybody at this point is now broken up. They're not gathered around in any sort of semicircle because of the fire that burst into the room.
They're trying to climb the walls now.
Hesperia, do you have any fortitude? How many?
I do. I have 2.
2. Okay, you take
2
a
dice.
single point of aggravated damage.
Okay.
Thankfully, you're able to absorb most of that. But okay, so next it is Damaris.
Okay, so I am. I think I'm going to do a little bit of a dramatic moment.
Okay.
She's going to walk up, go through the doors, and basically what I'm doing is I'm standing there and I'm saying, "Hey, Montrose, Benedict, Gina was delicious." And I'm basically getting them to look at me.
Okay. Is that the only thing you're doing?
I mean, I'm getting them to look at me. I'm seeing if they do. I don't know if that took up my whole action or not.
It's just a dramatic moment. If you intend on doing
Okay.
something else, you may want to. Otherwise, that's your only action.
I am going to cast Lure the Flame. I mean, I want to make sure I have their attention first, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So do I see that they look my way? Or will I not be able to tell?
Yeah, at this point, if you're going to focus on Lure the Flame, you yell with the intention that hopefully they are looking.
Yeah.
Are they going to look at the flame rather than her face, though?
Well,
Maybe.
I mean, I'm kind of doing this thing with my fingers, like, the whole
Right.
sort of deal, like Sailor Mars is going at you,
Right.
And then I am going to cast it at Montrose.
Okay.
And it is at level 4.
Oh my god. Oh boy. Okay.
Oh,
So
well, let me ask you, how big is level 4? Because I know
okay.
that's like the max level.
No, level 4 is not the max.
Oh, well, okay, sorry, 5 is the max.
So here's how it works. So Lure Flames it's not like what Colin just did. Colin has like a spell that allows him to do like a Hellfire Burst. So it's just like a dragon breathing fire. Yours is more of like, I want that place over there on fire, and then it goes.
Oh, I'm putting him on fire. Like the whole idea is to burst him up in flames.
Right, but it's a spot in specific. So you can attack the spot he's at to purposely target him. But it's also a radius, so it's everything around that. It's essentially everything around it does catches on fire.
Okay, but I can control the size though, right?
I believe so. Hold on one second.
I hope so.
I want to be able to control the size. Like I'm not going to light the entire room on fire with Hess staked in the middle of the floor. I just want enough to get him. Yeah.
Dude spontaneously combusts.
Okay, so if you have a 5 or a 4, I should say, you are in essence making a bonfire. So have you ever seen those fires that they used to light stuff on they used to
like throw stuff on piles and
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I don't want it that big.
Well,
So what is that, like level
that's a 4.
2?
A level
Okay,
2 is
all right.
level 2 is only your palm.
And so then I guess level 3 is what we're working with.
So you're going to hit him with a campfire.
Yeah. So I'm basically looking at I'm looking at his person basically. Like I thought I could cast it on like an object, and technically he is an object.
So it's again, it's not like a ranged, well, I should say it is a ranged attack, but it's not like firing a gun. It's not like what Colin did. You're assigning it to a location, so you're like assigning it to where he's standing, and then it goes
Like literally
poof.
right under his feet.
Exactly.
Literally, that's what I'm doing. And the idea is that I'm doing the whole thing. I'm like, Gina was fucking delicious, you assholes. And
then okay. So that so a campfire is essentially 2 health levels of aggravated damage per turn.
Okay.
So you legitimately set well, you have to actually roll first to still strike, but I mean it's not going to be too hard.
All right.
So it's still your intelligence and occult.
Oh, okay. I dropped a die. Let me use my heavy die.
The metal die.
Mm-hmm.
The metal die rolled a 2. Did not help me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If the difficulty is 6.
Yes.
Okay, so 6.
Okay. Alrighty, so everybody at this point is still having to deal with a lot of fucking fire.
And I'm hoping that he sees my face.
Right. I'm getting to that in just a second.
Okay.
And here we go.
And I am curious to see if it works on Benedict, even though I know that he's body snatching right now.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if it breaks the discipline that he's using.
I mean, because technically he is still that person, so I would expect it to still work effectively.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're not certain of Montrose outside of the fact that he's having to deal with fire and because he's, kind of engulfed. Hold on a second. Okay, so he does look like he's taking some damage from that. So he's busy like trying to, get his coat off and because it's caught fire and getting himself out of the way. You see like Montrose Benedict had been focused on Sophie. Like right at that moment he was telling her to run and you're like, you stride up and you're like, she was delicious, blah, 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 sort of look and sort of thing. And just as you do that, you see him kind of go like, huh? And then his body go like shock for a second. And then the guy looks around. He's like, "What the hell is going on, man?"
Who? Benedict or Montrose?
Yeah,
Benedict.
Pseudo Benedict.
So now it is Sophie and Henry.
Sophie, go for it.
I'm gonna command my new slave to take the stake out of Hesperia. And is that an action or just a?
No, you can tell him to do that.
Okay, and then I'm going to sweep the room with aura perception. I'm specifically I want to see basically like who's magical, because I'm concerned about that
Okay.
whoever was made the watch. Okay, so perception and awareness. And I have a 1 success.
Okay.
Really, I had 3, but I rolled 2 ones.
So you sweep the room, just looking for anything that sparkles, and 3 people sparkle.
Can I tell, like, are they vampires? Can I tell that?
Yeah.
Okay.
All 3 of them are vampires.
Okay.
1 second. Oh, that's not the one I'm looking for. Okay. So at this point, let's see. So that was their action. Okay, so now it's their actions. So
Wait.
the security
gone
guard backs himself up against the side, and he's like, "No, man! There's all kinds of fire in there." Henry,
I haven't gone yet.
yeah, go ahead. What you doing?
Oh, okay. So did he run up and take the stake out of the guy or no?
He is not going in.
How far away is Hesperia from me?
Since you guys are still out in the hall, do you have any
We're still in
celerity?
the hall?
Yeah, you're doing this all from the hall.
Oh goodness. Okay. Fair enough.
No, I don't have celerity.
Okay, it will take you a full action to run up to her.
That's fine. I want to run up to her, pull the stake out, and do Vanish of the Mind's Eye for both of us.
Okay. So you're running up to her at this particular action.
Yeah.
And next action, you'll be able to try and pull the stake out if you can. All right. So
I can't. Can I do Vanish of the Mind's Eye at the end of the action though, or
you can't run in, do Vanish of the Mind's Eye, and then try and pull out the stake. You'll have to do it once you're pulling out the stake. All obfuscate actions happen at the end of the round, so that would be a logical way to do it. Because if you do that then and yank out the stake, obfuscate happens after you yank out the stake, so you go. Poof.
so this action is just me running up to her at that point.
Running in and braving the fire.
All right.
Okay,
my Nosferatu sister.
yep, pretty much. Okay, so
Okay, I'll be right back.
no problem. So Damaris, at this point, you see a gangly looking Asian guy come running out, and he has claws out, and he is he's quite fast and is lunging at you for a strike.
I don't know what I roll against that.
To dodge. So it's going to be
Dodge.
dexterity and athletics.
And athletics. He's probably gonna get this one. Because I am not. Wow. Okay, I got 3. Damn it! I
Oh.
wish I had 4 in one of these.
Okay.
And I get to re-roll those.
How many did you get? All 3 tens?
No, I only got 2 10s. I got 2 10s and a 6.
Oh
Okay.
my goodness.
I know.
These are your new dice.
Yes.
And so he hit with that one. He's striking again. You're down 1 die to dodge. If you're going to try and dodge again.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, I figured you would.
Come on. No whammies. No whammies. 2.
Okay,
9
so
and a 6.
he hit with that one as well. All right, so do you have fortitude?
I do.
How much?
2.
2. You can spin a blood point to make it automatic, or you can just roll them. But you have to decide right now.
What do you mean roll with them? Just take it?
No. Fortitude works a little bit differently in V20. You either can roll them like a standard soak roll
To reduce the damage.
to reduce the damage, or if you spin a blood point, that means they're automatic.
Did he hit me for 1?
He hit you twice.
Oh, wait. Hit me for 2 or he just hit me twice?
No, he's hit you twice. I haven't rolled for damage yet. That's why we're deciding if you're gonna just roll to it or you're gonna spend your blood.
And if I roll 2 and I'm just rolling 2 for my willpower?
No, it's whatever you have for fortitude.
Oh, I'm sorry. Fortitude.
Yes.
So that's what I meant, 2.
Yeah, it's aggravated damage. So the only thing you're gonna have to soak this is whatever you have for fortitude.
Okay. I'll roll with it.
Okay,
roll.
so go ahead and roll your fortitude then.
1.
Okay. First strike gets you for 1 aggravated damage. Go ahead and roll again.
1.
Okay, next one hits you for 3. And now give me a self-control check. For you, this is your first damage of the night. We need to see if you frenzy, or if you're able to write it.
So self-control?
Yes.
Oh, wow. 2.
2. Okay, so you are frenzying, but you're able to write it.
Okay.
So your clothing gets all like shredded up in his wolf's claws, just as he's takes some chunks out of you and has got you backed up against the basically the wall of the hallway that you guys are currently fighting in. Next up, so as you are, let's see who else we got. Okay, so Sophie. No, not Sophie. Yeah, Sophie. Okay, so as let me take a look here real quick. I really need to roll for that. Okay. 1 second.
And not to throw myself under the bus, but I am standing in the center of the room right now.
Yes, you are. The 2 guard guys are not targeting you. They are targeting Sophie. Sophie, what generation are you?
11.
Okay, so you can spend 1 blood point per turn.
Right.
Okay. So you feel yourself expend blood to make yourself flush. So you're down a blood point.
To make myself flush?
Yes.
Get some color in your skin.
Yep. You look more humane. And there's no real reason why. But you're down a blood point. Next one, let's see. Targets Damaris. Damaris, you are 7th gen, aren't you?
I am 8th gen, I believe.
8th gen?
Yeah, I'm generation 5, so that puts me at 8, right?
There's no way you're generation 5.
No, that's not what I meant. My gen level is 5.
Generation, yes,
took,
so you'd be
I'm
generation 8, yes. Okay, so you lose 3 blood points as you boost your stamina. You also feel flush, so you make sure you add 1 to stamina.
Okay.
Basically, you're being forced to burn blood points, and it's going randomly to different aspects of your character. And you are slightly stronger. So you add add a point to your temporary point to your strength and to your stamina, and you've lost a point because you made yourself look a little bit more humane.
Okay. Do I know where that might have come from?
You're a blood magician, and the fact that you're dealing with Tremere.
One of them.
One of them. Yes.
I mean,
you basically get 3
individual.
guesses. You basically get 3 guesses, and the first 3 don't count.
Yeah.
Then the
It wasn't me.
yeah, Henry. So you come running in to the bionic man sound, just dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. You're like, I'm not gonna leave Hesperia behind, and you just see that woman sneer at you as you come like running up, and she snaps her fingers, and the room, the whole room at this point erupts in fire, right where you're at, and right where Hesperia is at.
Great.
Basically, she just did the same thing Damaris did, but didn't care for Radius. So at this point,
bonfire.
Yeah, at this point, the whole room is starting to go up. Everybody needs to roll for frenzy checks. So does Hesperia again. Hesperia, do you have and you have fortitude, correct? Okay. Are you spending a blood to make it automatic? Or are you just going to roll?
Hold on. Yeah, I might as well spend a blood to make it automatic.
Okay. So then you only take 2 aggravated damage.
Okay.
Henry, do you have any fortitude?
No.
Ouch. 3 aggravated damage. Everybody give me a
Yeah.
frenzy check.
I have 2
And
for it.
That's just self-control, right?
You're in the hallway. You're actually away from the radius of the fire at this point. So the fact that you got tackled kept you out of that range.
I have fortitude.
Frenzy
Am I
check
just
it.
rolling? Oh, sorry.
No, you don't have to roll for your fortitude. You are not within the
Oh.
range of the fire.
Oh, okay.
I'm at this point. I'm the only ones who had to worry about that were Hesperia and Henry, but everybody needs to make a frenzy check because there's just way too damaged fire at this point.
Oh,
In frenzy check,
rolling
it's just
frenzy.
self-control, right?
A frenzy check is self-control. At this point, it is a difficulty 9, giving the robust nature of the fire.
I only got 1.
Well, you're okay.
0.
I have 1.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I have 0.
Okay, yeah, 0.
Oh,
I got a 1, but I mean I got a 9, but I also got a 1.
all right.
So
So Henry
I got
gets lit on
4,
fire
5, 6, 6.
and runs. Sophie runs at seeing the fire. This
I need to get a pencil. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, go
I have
ahead.
A pencil.
Sure, go ahead. And George, I will be getting to you. Unfortunately, I realized when the thing was going to be split, this was going to kind of happen. So I will be getting to you.
It's good. I'm snacking and I'm drawing everybody in the. I'm just like, I don't have a chance to sketch people anymore, so I'm just sketching all the players.
oh, I thought you were trying
Aw.
to draw, like our
you can-
game, but I was like, just put flames everywhere, just fire.
Just fire
Just
all
erase
over the
my
page.
chin when you
All over the
draw.
page.
All right, it takes 3 damage, right? Okay.
And at this point, because the fire alarms are going off, the sprinkler systems do come on. So water is spraying everywhere.
Okay.
So that is starting to put it out. Sophie, you are bolting. Henry, you are bolting. So at this point, the only 2 present from the party is Damaris and Colin. With the sprinklers coming on, Colin kind of has his flames under control, so he's staying put. You guys can't see the others in the room, which means you can't see Hesperia either. You just know she's trapped in the flames. And at that point, top of the round, Colin grabs a hold of the back of the guy who is tearing into Damaris. Okay, you hear he's all burnt up anyways, just like, fuck this. Oh Christ, that was a good roll. So you end up seeing, like, the guy, he's literally got his claws, like, right into your shoulder at this point. He's about ready to bite down on you. I mean, he's just wild-eyed. He's not frenzied, but he's clearly enjoying himself until you see him, like, lurch backwards, and you see Colin jammed his hand into his back and come out with parts of his spine. And you just see, and you end up seeing the guy just crumple to the ground.
Is he dead or no?
No, he's not dead.
Good.
It's
my turn next, right?
He took a good bit of damage, but it was enough to get him off. He's like, at this point, it's clear that he was just going for expediency. Everything is messy at this point, and everything's falling apart. So the first thing he could think of was, like, try to disable the guy on you.
Cool. Because I'm gonna chop down on this guy.
You're gonna bite him?
Yep. I'm gonna retaliate.
Okay. So you are going to make a Dex and Brawl check.
Because he ain't got no spine now. Which means he can't really move a whole lot.
He has kind of a spine.
Kind of. I'm sorry, what am I rolling?
Well, actually, at this point, it's just a physicality because he can't really dodge. So you're going to roll strength and brawl.
think I have a 1 in brawl.
And don't forget,
But I have that extra.
you
for
have your extra.
strength.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Difficulty 6? Because he's
Yes.
prone, technically? Okay. I got 3.
Okay, so you bite down on him. I take it you're trying to drain him.
I am draining because I need to refill that blood that just got soaked out of me.
All right. So he's just like, and you're biting down on him. Henry and Sophie, you guys are hauling ass. Hesperia, you take 1 more level of aggravated damage. The flames are starting to die down because it doesn't really have a whole lot to feed off of. It had like the carpet and some furniture and whatnot, but the sprinklers in the room are starting to put everything out. You're the only one that can see anything at this point. You can see that the woman and the other 2 guards that were with him are kind of in a corner, so they cornered themselves off to get away far enough from the flame, so they're still okay. The Middle Eastern guy, he no idea where the fuck he is. He's nowhere to be seen. You don't know where the Asian guy is, but you think you hear some fighting somewhere outside of your eyesight. And you think you see Montrose dart past you at one point. So he's still up and active as well.
Jerome,
but
we're in the middle
not
of
sure what
frenzy
exactly
right
is
now.
happening. Yes?
Fire?
We're in the middle of frenzy right now. Do we do another self-control, or is there a certain number of rounds that we're frenzying?
It's kind of basically a certain number of rounds, depending upon like what's going on or when you feel safe.
Okay.
So that's one of the benefits in an odd way when you frenzy like that and you go celerity, you get the hell out of dodge. But when you get the hell out of dodge, obviously it takes you way out of combat, but you're quicker to get to someplace your beast instinctually feels safe. So
Okay.
kind of fight or flight sort of thing.
Right.
So you 2 are running at this point. So at this point, nothing still has happened. There's been a brief lull in the fighting. You guys are still running. At this point, you're not getting too far because you're fighting the crowds, but you're shoving back. You've got potence, right?
Yeah.
What's your potence?
1.
Okay, 1. Okay. So
No, I'm sorry. I have 2 in potence. Sorry.
And what's your strength?
My strength's a 2.
Okay. So you're basically hitting these guys like a football player would, going through training. Like
You're holding a ball going.
you're hitting these guys like they're pads, and it's like you're not putting up a whole lot of resistance. You're just like bam, 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 because you're concerned with number 1, and everyone else is in your way. So you're just like you're hitting. You don't care if it's the kid. You don't care if it's mom, pa off to the side. You don't care. You're just like bam, 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 going through it like a pinball machine. Sophie, you're not quite as strong as he is, as he is.
Well, I have a 4 in humanity as well, so I really don't care.
Yeah, you really don't give a damn. So you are going through with just as much fervor through the crowd. You're just not quite as accurate. So you're kind of like, you run and you smash up against people occasionally. Oh, no, wait a minute. No, you've got celerity. We've discovered this before. So correction. So you went running and hit the crowd. Sophie, however, has enough speed. What's your celerity again? I can't hear you. 3? Okay. So she just blurs at this point, and by sheer speed is connecting with people and just knocking them flat down. Just bam, almost like the impact equivalency, although it's hurting her almost as much. Thankfully, it's just like bashing, so it's nothing like serious. Speaking of which, drop a point of blood for your celerity. She is hitting these people with the speed of a golf cart. Just like so they're getting hit, they're getting run over, like just like going straight through them. So Hesperia, at this point you can hear them muttering like they're getting ready to finish this up because they know something. You can hear them saying like, okay, well they're almost done for. Like, one more round of this, they're toast. And Montrose is like, I've got to get back to check on the prince. They're like, fuck this, help us finish this guy off. And as you see that they all come around, they're getting ready to do something. Those doors that the one guy who was originally on fire had bolted through, they come kicking in the other way. And you don't see it initially, but you end up hearing a familiar voice as the door gets kicked open, and you hear this. Sorry about being late, but we ended up having to bring a gift. You sodding fucking cunts. And what did we bring, boys? And you hear this, big brass balls! And you can see, because the way you're tilted, you can actually see the others like, what the hell is going on? And then you end up hearing this as some round of gunfire from a shotgun ends up peppering one of the guards and actually reigniting him on fire from the round. It was some sort of chemical round, and he just ends up starting to ash at this point. And you feel the breeze of two individuals, well, I should say one individual bolting straight over you, and his rotund form is completely unmistakable for Doug. You would not be able to miss him one bit, and you end up seeing like Doug kind of do like jump over you and do a Superman punch into another one, just like full speed, and he tackles into into one of them, and and basically at that point it's almost like a cat fight. It's just like you just hear them thrashing around, on the ground, slugging it out and whatnot, and you end up feeling the stake get removed from your chest, and you see it switch hit above you.
Can I speak at this point? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, and you can. It's actually your action at this point.
Oh, okay. My hero. You can't text me back, but you
time to fight, love. And so he just like tosses the embers of that stake at this point, like behind him. So it's your action.
Okay, I'm gonna at this point I'm gonna try and roll out of the way and collect myself.
Okay, so you can spend 1 blood point per turn, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. What's your generation?
$13.
Okay, yeah, 1 blood point. All right. Oops, whoa. I keep forgetting how this goes, but I think if you spend 1 willpower point, you can heal 1 aggravated damage. And then from there on out, you can only do it per day. But I think you may have to spend up to 3 blood points too. Oops, gotta back up. I just passed it.
So that'll leave me with a will of 3.
Okay. I mean, unless you don't want to heal an aggravated damage.
No. We'll go ahead and heal.
So at this point, what you're doing, so you will have to spend 3 blood points. It's going to take you a little bit to get to that first one, but you also spend the willpower, forcing your blood at this point to heal that 1 level of aggravated damage. So right now, you're taking a moment. You've like hunkered down behind the remains of the couch that you had been ceremoniously gracing earlier on in the night. Trying to take a moment to heal. You end up hearing more gunshot fire from the shotgun, and then that lady say something again, and fire get ignited, and you end up seeing somebody jump off to the side and duck down behind one of the tables, and you see a familiar young woman with long black hair in She probably would be in much trendier clothing if she was in her more natural environment, but she actually has like a tactical vest and Kevlar on with black jeans and a leather coat, and you recognize her as Olivia.
Oh, wow.
And she has a shotgun that actually is trickling some fire from it, so she apparently has packed it with dragon breath rounds.
God.
I'm totally brain farting. Olivia? I'm having a lot of brain farts tonight.
That was Karina's old character.
Oh, okay.
And
It's just been that
we
long.
cannot hear you, Sophie. You're muted, Sophie.
You're muted.
Here, I'm trying to be helpful and nobody can hear me. I can't remember if she was still around when Damaris started.
She was for a little bit.
Huh.
I remember we only interacted like a handful of times before she stopped coming, and then that was it. So it was very brief in the very beginning.
Hmm.
But I recognized her, but I don't really.
Okay.
Like, oh, hey, it's you.
So, Sophie and Henry, give me self-control checks, difficulty 8.
All right.
Or not self-control, courage check, sorry.
Courage check.
Yes.
And I'm down 1 die because I'm injured here.
Yes.
0,
Difficulty
but
6.
difficulty 8.
8. You can't see that die.
0, but
0.
not a botch.
0, okay. So you haven't quite recovered yet. You guys are forcing your way out at respective points through the remainder of this crowd and just getting people at one point, because Henry is just determined to take, the only thing he knows is the straightest line is the quickest route. Like, he's just table flipping and everything. Just nothing is getting in his way. Sophie's a little bit more like a fast pinball. Just kind of going and ricocheting and bowling people over occasionally, or just running them straight down as she barrels past. Sophie, spend another blood point. You are actually out the door at this point.
Miss Celerity
Out the
over
door and
here.
around the corner, down the block. The next casino.
Sophie's at the car.
Yeah, I know.
She's at the car.
She just turned around and was like,
How
I
do
got the
start
car
this
going.
damn thing?
Okay, so top of the round. At this point, Colin turns around and he starts firing into the room, returning fire against them. Damaris, you are, I guess, just sucking down on. Okay, you guys.
I'm sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you guys are
chowing
muting
down.
a whole lot. You guys might want to just go ahead and keep yourselves off mute. It's
Sorry,
okay.
habit.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, so she's gonna continue sucking. Like, her goal is to drain this guy. Like, she is in that sort of fight mode of no survivors, because he'll come after her otherwise.
Right. Okay.
So
All right. So he's pinned at this point, kind of helpless. So you are sitting at taken up. Okay. So at this point, the lady ends up. She ends up casting something different at this point, and with motion of her hand and some sort of archaic shout, you end up hearing the rippling of electricity.
okay.
As lightning crackles through the room, fries the couch that Hesperia was in front of. Like, you're partly covered in ash and cinders at this point. Strikes Colin and knocks him down. Damaris, what is so again, are you going to spend blood for fortitude, or are you going to just roll?
You know what? Since I've already, how many points of blood have I gotten off of him?
You've gotten 1.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and spend the 1.
Okay.
And
So they are automatic. Okay, so you have 2 automatically. And You took 1, so it got absorbed. So you got struck. There's a burn mark in your clothing, obviously, but it didn't do anything to you outside of, frizz your hair completely.
That's fine. I don't know who's next.
So the fighting is still continuing in the room. Sophie and Henry, give me courage checks again. Difficulty 7. Nice.
I don't want to use that. 1.
Okay. So Henry, you managed to come to just before you get to the front door. There was just enough people in front of you, because they're all trying to cram their way out. You couldn't, the lack of headway is what gave you enough clarity to realize, your first thought was okay, I need to get around them. Then you realize, okay, no, I'm okay. And then you start to get yourself centered again. And that's when you just peek out and you can see Sophie look like doing the whole, doing the lost, what's his name? John Travolta sort of look, like she's just kind of out in the parking lot, the rotunda, wait, how did I get here?
Sophie's good. She can take care of herself.
That's debatable, but at this point,
My last thought was that Hesperia still had that stake in her, and there was fire in the room. So if I have time, I would grab somebody and drain as I'm running back to the room. So. All
right. Well, you take your pick. So you just grab some random schlub and start feeding on them.
Yeah, somebody. Yeah, it just somebody smaller. Just because it wouldn't be. Because I need to be able to drag them with me as I'm running.
Okay, gotcha. So, your humanity is a 4?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to go ahead and just lose that point so you can do what it is you want to do, or do you want to make the roll? Because if you make the roll, it's a bit too overt for you, and it would go against your humanity.
I'll make the roll.
You'll make the roll? Okay.
Sure.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you succeed in making your success roll, you won't randomly grab somebody. It's basically too overt of murder for you. If you decide to go ahead and lose the point, you're just like, fuck it, I don't care, because there's higher priorities. You grab the person, start draining them, and you're like, yeah, fine.
Lose your humanity.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll lose.
That sounds like a Henry thing to do. Okay, so you're at humanity 3 now. And you just grab somebody callously and and you just throw them into your jaw, and with your strength, you just run. Basically like a cat with, bringing prey home to mommy and daddy sort of thing. Yep. You don't care. You're just feeding and running.
Okay. Come to the dark side.
Okay. Sophie, as you are turning around, and you can see there's this flood of people coming out, and there's some are really screaming at this point. So something must have just happened at the door. So there is pandemonium. People are running and screaming. There is genuine terror. And I don't mean just because they saw rats or thought there was a fire. There is a serious concern at this point. And just as you turn and you saw that, you can see a car speeding away at high speed out of the parking lot.
My instinct is to catch the license plate, but we don't have time to look that up. Do I get a glimpse of who's driving?
Wits and alertness, difficulty 8. 2. Okay. You get a decent look as a barrel past the stoplight, and you're pretty certain it was the guy that was standing next to the businesswoman in the meeting.
Can you describe that guy? I don't remember.
Oh, we lost Missy.
She just put out she's reconnecting.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what did you say, Brittany?
Can you describe? I don't remember.
He was business casual. So he had slacks and a polo on. At this point, he looked a little burnt because he got torched.
There was nothing else distinguishing about him.
No, just average looking guy.
earlier?
Yeah. Outside of the fact you knew he was a Tremere.
Oh, he was a Tremere.
Yeah.
One of the Tremere. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm going to use telepathy and try and reach out to Remus because I don't want to touch Adam's mind.
Okay.
Intelligence and subterfuge. Three successes.
Okay. So I will get to that in a minute when I get to their scenes. Because there's a reason why I'm delaying that. There's something that's probably going
that's
to be
fair.
happening. Yeah. Okay.
Jerome,
My
real quick,
intention with this is to communicate what are basically that there are Tremere and one is presumably heading his way.
Right. Okay.
There we go. Jerome, I forgot. I was full on blood. The reason I was draining the person is so I could spend blood to heal. I didn't think I said that.
That's fine.
That was okay. So when we get back to my turn again, I just need to know how much I get back is all.
Well, what's your generation?
8.
Okay, so you can suck literally 3 points of blood out of him, and how much damage did you take?
I took 3.
3 aggravated?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can spend a willpower, spend 3 blood, and you can heal one of them.
Good. Cool. All right. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. Do you continue to bring the person with you and or do you, after you've chugged your blood, you throw them down?
Oh no, I'm gonna run and drain as I'm going because I need to get in that room. My last thought was I need to help my Nosferatu sister in that room.
All right, so you're bringing the person with you. Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. So at this point, Hesperia, it is your turn. And there's fighting all around you.
Is there anything like somewhat close to me that I can use as a weapon?
We'll say a broken table leg.
And who's nearest to me at this point?
The remaining individuals that are in there is the business lady Tremere, and Montrose.
Can I obfuscate and go unseen presence whilst holding my wooden chair table?
Wooden leg, yeah.
Table leg.
But obfuscate happens at the end of the round. So if you want to delay, you absolutely can.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
So I'll just hold on.
Sure. So go ahead and give me a Dex and Stealth check.
Difficulty 6?
Yes.
3. I have 5 successes.
Nice.
One is a 10.
Okay. Roll again.
Stealth, is that something I need to reroll?
If either your dexterity or your stealth is a 4, yes.
Okay. 6.
Okay. So that would be 6 successes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So you are using the battleground and the smoke to your advantage, and kind of laying low and crawling along the ground to reposition yourself so when you obfuscate, you're kind of out of sight as best as possible. So top of the round at this point, Switch Hit and Montrose are just going at it. It's like he's got his Louisville Slugger, and you can hear him connecting solid with blows, just like bang, connecting with him. And Montrose just trading off with him with fists and duking it out with him. And both of them are starting to look really shoddy. Of course, Montrose is already burnt up, and Olivia's doing her best to keep. The lady taken care of. Like she's trying to pop up from behind cover and fire, and the woman is trying to make her way out to the other door to try and escape because she was cornered, and she ends up casting something on Olivia, and Olivia ends up yelping in pain as you see that she starts to sizzle as well, and you end up seeing Doug. He's got the guy on the ground, and he's ragdolling the guy that he ended up tackling, and you end up hearing him yell, "Never, never, never, never," through with celerity, just never again. Just not really with any sort of like genuine combat tactics, more like playground, just trying to shake and slap punch sort of as best as he can, because he was decent with a rapier, not hand to hand, and he's really mad and he felt like he needed to go hand to hand for some reason, so he's like and trying to pummel the hell out of this guy, and it's working because the other guy is clearly not a physical character.
That was lucky. Good job, Doug.
And you end up top of the round at this point. So, Henry, you are running back you're back down the hallway at this point because now with most people out of the way, you're almost a straight shot. So it doesn't take you quite as long to get back. You end up seeing the security guy that Sophie had enamored is just kind of, he's got his hands in his head as he's buckled over, just panicked and not really doing anything. He doesn't know what the hell to do. Colin is peeking from behind the corner and occasionally firing rounds into probably whoever's left, that they're duking it out with. And Damaris has got this guy pinned to the ground and is just feeding. You can see just blood and gore starting to come from her mouth.
Am I going to be able to get into the room by the end of this round, or
not by the end of this round? Next round you will be, yes.
Okay, so then I want to drain 3 more blood. Spend a willpower.
You can only do that. You can only do that once per day for that particular tactic, for aggravated.
Okay.
So if you want to gorge on blood, you can, or you can just take that person with you and give it to Sperriers or somebody who might need it. Because you already took a decent chunk of blood out of them. They're not really fighting you at this point.
No, I'm just going to drop the guy and vanish from the mind's eye and run into the room.
Okay.
And be invisible, because I don't know. So I'm thinking that I could run into the room invisible and then reassess on the next turn. And
you absolutely can do that
at that point.
You absolutely can do that. Okay, so at this point, your end of your action, you end up going obfuscate. So in mid-run, you vanish.
Okay.
Top of the round. So Colin has been firing. Olivia at this point is firing it. They're having a tough time dealing with this woman as she's trying to make her way out of the room. Damaris, you're still trying to kill the guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how long I'm gonna have to continue to suck to just drain him at this point.
It's in combat, so unfortunately, it's going to take a while. If it was
Ugh.
out of combat, it doesn't. It obviously does. There's nothing really to do outside of drain.
I mean, is he taking any? I mean, I'm trying to. Okay, I want to incapacitate him and drain him at the same time, but
He
I
is.
also want to take care of this woman.
No, he is. He's incapacitated at this point. He's not dead because you haven't drained him of enough blood.
Okay.
But
So
he's
the
definitely
woman.
not going anywhere.
Then I'm gonna unlatch because he's not going anywhere.
Okay.
I'm gonna look up at her, like turn around with all this blood and shit on my face, and I'm just gonna kind of do my finger and go, and I'm gonna hit her with the fire, sort of firebolt, I guess. I'm gonna go ahead and do Lord of the Flame, at her feet again,
Okay.
at the 3rd level.
So you're going to make another campfire.
I sure am.
Okay.
We just put it out.
This is on her, so I mean, well, on her feet.
Right,
It's
but
okay,
again, it's that radius around it. So keep in mind there may be a chance that somebody would get burnt.
Well, if it's just her, who's around her then?
Give me a wits and alertness check.
6.
Yes, difficulty 6.
I'm gonna
2.
get caught on fire again. Aren't I?
I'm looking first
He's
because I
invisible.
know the level that I need.
He's
Oh,
invisible.
okay.
I'm
Yep.
invisible. I'm
All
gonna
right, well
run
then
in
I
the
don't
room,
care.
Invisible and catch on fire and run back out again.
Not my fault you were invisible.
Son of bitch.
All right, so
Yeah.
okay, does she have enough radius around her based on where she's at to not hit anybody with my fire?
Not necessarily.
Okay, who's in danger
it's-
range?
Based on where she's trying to go, because you can't see the complete room from where you're at. You're still out in the hallway, but from where you're at, it's possible you might catch Switch Hit and Montrose in the fire.
Fudge. Sorry, I'm debating internally. Do I want to risk them? Fuck it, I'm gonna risk it. It's the heat of the moment.
Okay.
So I'm gonna tell them, hey, watch out, or move, or if they hear me, like, hey, fire.
You yell something.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, hey, hot feet.
Go ahead and roll.
All right. Colton. Yeah.
Intelligence and occult.
Intelligence and occult, yeah. Okay. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I have a 10. I'm re-rolling 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
So fire ignites underneath her again.
I'm still straddling this guy that I was biting, by the way.
Yeah, you're
know.
fine. Again, you're out in the hallway. You're nowhere near this, so you're fine. All right. So everybody in the room, give me another courage check.
Sorry, guys.
Just got back in here.
Difficulty?
Difficulty 7.
I have one success.
Okay.
It's enough.
Oh, damn. Okay, so Hesperia bolts.
I mean, she needed to get out of there anyway.
Not that anybody can tell she's invisible.
Would the fire break her concentration for
Oh,
invisibility?
it would actually. Yeah, it could put her in a fear frenzy, so it
Oh.
absolutely would.
Sorry. I was just
okay.
curious. Whoops.
That's good though, because I see her leave.
So yeah, you see her
Oh,
leave out
that's
out
true.
the side door, and then followed right behind her is that business lady you guys have been duking it out with. Montrose and Switch Hit, end up backing off, and they don't end up getting caught, but they get close. And Colin ends up, pumping around, catching him, pumping him around into his side, and Switch Hit ends up connecting right to his, right to the meat of his thigh, with a swing of his bat, and ends up buckling and bringing Montrose down, crumpling into like just a heap.
Well, Montrose still can't use any disciplines or magics or anything that requires
Well,
concentration.
it's knowledge based checks for that. So
But it was
they can
more
still
than
they can
that.
still use physical stuff. Well, no, it's good against magical users or anybody who has mental based disciplines. So it would obviously fuck with his obfuscate, and if he had blood magics, it would fuck with that, and it would also fuck with things like presence or dominate.
Man, too bad I didn't know the names of the Tremere in there.
That would have helped a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but Henry, you come running in there just as you see more fire ignite. Maybe you've just been a little bit more hesitant since you've been on fire at this point, but you managed to pump the brakes at the last minute before you even get caught. So, top of the round at this point. So that was Colin. Damaris already got her action. Sophie, what are you doing?
Is it assumed that I tried the telepathy already?
It is assumed you tried the telepathy. Yes, I will.
Okay,
I'll let you
in
know
that
if you got
case-
through or not later on.
In that case, I'm gonna run back inside. I'm gonna celerity.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, at this point, you might as well.
I mean, I'm like 3 blocks away, so
Not quite, but you are a distance. So go ahead and burn another blood point. Henry?
Who do I see in the room that's a threat?
The only one that's in the room at this point is Montrose. And he just went down.
Like incapacitated down, or he's clearly dead down?
You're not sure, but quite possibly incapacitated. The only one that you know is up at this point is that woman, and she was bolting out of here when the fire hit, right behind Hesperia.
All right, I'm gonna go in with my What kind of damage do fangs do? Is it what is it?
Fangs do aggravated damage.
But what is it? Is it strength plus?
Strength plus
is
1.
it, strength plus 1.
Mm-hmm.
strength plus 1.
Yep. And aggravated. That's nice.
So then would the guy that I was biting on have taken that damage too then?
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, not. I mean, you bit down only once. You didn't continue to bite down because you were draining. So he
Oh, I
definitely
just-
took the damage for the first one.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna if I spend a blood, I can increase strength, correct?
I mean, you sure can. You are 8th gen, so you can spend up to 3 blood around.
Then I do that. I spend 3 blood. I increase my strength by 3, and I tackle that guy with my teeth and just suck 3 blood from him.
From Montrose?
Yeah.
Okay. So you just turn, dive, and bite down on him. Okay, so go ahead and roll your damage for your bite. Don't forget to add your potence.
Oh, jeez. Difficulty?
6.
6. Okay. My strength is now 10. So I get to reroll my 10s then, right?
No, it's only if you naturally have a stat 4 or higher.
Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 successes.
Oh, good Lord. Okay, so you bite down into his neck, and he just ashes.
Okay.
Just gone.
So I spent 3, I get 3, and switch hands like, okay. So
Yeah, just so gone. Okay. So with all of that out of the way, we now find out what is going on with George. Yeah, tonight was going to be long. So, George, you guys pull up. There's anxiety in the back, obviously, because you're not with your normal crew. You are with Adam, who terrifies you anyways. And you're essentially going after what you've been led to believe as the big bad of the city. Not a good situation.
Definitely, but I have spent some time with Adam learning from him.
True.
So while there is definitely nerves, I probably feel a little less worried that at least like I'm with the nuke. I'm hanging out with Wolverine.
Okay, all right. So yeah. as the two of you get out of the vehicle, and you don't pull directly up to the mansion, which if you Google it, the address that I provided you guys in the chat, you'll get a visual of what it looks like. It's just really nice. It's got a round, circular drive. It's got like a waterfall in front that kind of comes down because it sits up on a hill, and really it's a 2-layer with the second layer on top of the mansion that's kind of open and exposed. You can see there's all kinds of people around here right now. So clearly the place is on high alert. Adam turns and looks at you, and he says, "Look into my eye."
Okay. I look into his eyes.
Okay. All right. You feel the beast get exaggerated inside of you, and you frenzy.
Okay.
And at this point, as you're just like, you're just like with the last vestiges of I don't want to say humanity, but of control at that point, he just says, "Go." And pretty much like an attack dog, you just race off. You don't care if there's anything in front of you that's going to try and stop you. It ain't happening. And with that, you end up seeing him run along like the other side. And as he runs along the other side, in the back of your mind, you're still there. Obviously, you are just like frenzied and monsters right now. But you see that he runs by the opposite side of you and purposely connects with a car that was parked out front, and the alarm goes off. And as he's going, he's making a lot of noise. So naturally, everything is starting to direct over to his way. Now I'm going to narrate this just a little bit because you're kind of like a one-man wrecking machine at this point. So as people are turning to look the other way, like you just come running up on one of the guys that's nearby, and he swings over because he saw the alarm going off but didn't see you right away, and you just do that. Have you seen 30 Days of Night?
I haven't.
Okay, if you need to. Even if you just go and watch like the clips from the movie, you don't have to watch the whole thing, but like when the vampires actually attack and the savage nature of them just running and jumping and mauling people in the street, like that's what you're doing. You're very predatory. You're just like, you run and and with no care whatsoever of like feeding. It's just like you tackle this guy, rip his throat out. The arterial spray just goes everywhere off to one side, and then you're up on 4s and then 2s, and you're running again. You're like, you got past him, and you just keep going. And you can at this point you could hear gunfire. At this point, ripping out all over the place. Some coming your way because they realize now there's there's obviously something else out here. But you could end up hearing like Adam is making a lot of noise. He's clearly drawing the aggro towards him, and forcing people to take him on. And as you come barreling up around the corner, like you literally were on all fours and kind of just bounding up the side of this hill, / driveway, leap through the stream that he had, the stream / kind of waterfall coming around, and when you come up onto the deck of the what is essentially the ground level, because it's kind of comes up on a hill, and they got ground level in a second floor. You end up seeing two guys who were looking the other way, and they turn and they see you. It's up to you. You have two guys at this point you have surprised. They're both armed with automatic weapons.
Am I still frenzying?
You were still frenzying.
Okay, I think I'm want to make a Mighty Boosh reference. I'm in with the claws.
All right.
So,
Okay. Do you have
yeah,
any
I'm
celerity?
gonna tear him up. I don't.
Okay. That's fine. Be
I
much
have,
cooler if you did, man.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I wish I had celerity.
Sounds like we gotta have a little lesson when we get home.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, I
so
got potence though. So
go ahead and you're going Dex and Brawl.
okay.
Slice it up. Slice it up.
And if 30 Days of Night, that's the one that's a vampire movie that takes place in like Alaska, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen parts of that. I haven't seen
Okay.
the whole thing.
It got shit on as far as a movie is concerned, but I actually like it, especially if you look at it from a Vampire the Masquerade Sabbat perspective. It is absolutely a Sabbat film.
Okay. Oh yeah, I could say that. Okay, so that is difficulty 6.
Difficulty 6.
Okay, so that's 5 successes.
All right. Oh God! Roll your damage.
Okay. Yeah, I've got
Strength plus claws, which is 2. This is all aggravated on a human that has no chance of absorbing it.
Okay. You said strength plus 2.
2.
2. Okay.
That's what
And I
claws
have
should be doing.
potence.
Yeah. Oh, do you have
Okay.
potence?
And I have potence 1.
Okay, so add your potence to that roll.
Okay.
Ow.
Okay, that is okay. The 1 takes away that one. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
Oh God. Okay, so you strike that guy and strike him good for a severe wound, and he ends up going down, and you hear him kind of gurgling up some blood as he goes down. The other guy turns and fires on you. Go ahead and roll your dexterity and athletics. Down 1 die.
Okay. Dexterity. Okay. That is 2, 3 successes.
Okay. So you so a round ends up catching your clothing and tearing a hole into it. The other rounds like skip around like where you were standing. Maybe he was a little too shaken up, but he doesn't actually manage to catch you. At this point, it's your action again.
Okay. Yeah. Another. Give him a dab and a stabbing.
Snickety snide.
Yeah.
Weapon X
okay.
style.
Dex plus brawl.
Snickety snide.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wolverine strike.
Weapon X
Berserker
barrage.
barrage. I cannot believe I've not rolled a 10 yet with this many dice. That is 4 successes.
4 successes. All right. So you end up sticking that guy as well. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. Strength plus 2.
Plus poke.
Okay, there's my there's my 10. Okay, awesome. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Okay, so you and at that point, this is literally turning into that Wolverine film where he's just running and going through people as he goes without really breaking
Logan.
stride. So you end up at this point, you end up like jamming your claws like right into the guy's throat, and as you see his eyes like shock and surprise as the light is quickly fading from them. You end up yanking your hand out, and his head tumbles back the other way as you just come out with like his vocal cords.
Okay. I keep moving.
And you can still hear like flashing and gunfire and whatnot coming forward. So you're still there's more to be killed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm. I sort of know what my core is, but I'm just gonna keep moving in because
All right.
I'm.
So from
Yeah.
the second level, somebody bears down with a gun and ends up shooting you with a rifle. Go ahead and you have fortitude, right?
I have 3 in fortitude.
Oof. Okay. Go ahead and roll your stamina and fortitude together.
Okay. Stamina, 3 in fortitude. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Ooh, a 10. Okay, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Okay. So you end up taking a shot like right where your kneecap would have been, and the round hits you and it causes you to pause. But you end up like absorbing that impact with there's some pain and there's enough for you to say that guy needs to die, like in your head. That I mean, you're frenzied at this point, so you found your next target.
Okay, yeah, and I
But
can climb up walls with
it
my
clearly
claws.
was it clearly was not enough to damage you.
Okay, yeah, I'm scaling the walls in order to get that guy. If
Okay,
that's the fastest route.
give me a Dex and Athletics check as you jump in and scale that wall to kill your prey.
Okay, it says additionally, the difficulties of all climbing rolls are reduced by 2.
Yep.
Is what my feral claws say.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm sorry. You said it was. What am I rolling? Dex and athletics.
Dex
or
and
strength
athletics.
and athletics.
Yep.
Dex and athletics.
So it would be difficulty
Okay, so
6. So it's well, I should say it's difficulty 7. It would be difficulty 5 at this point.
Okay. So I got 3 in athletics, 5 in dex. All right, here we go. Okay, difficulty 5. That is 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 successes.
Oh, nice. So you scale this thing without even breaking stride. Just scale right up the side of the second floor. The guy turns as you just leap up over, and he fires on you again at close range. Go ahead and roll your dexterity and athletics -1 die to dodge.
Okay. Dexterity, athletics. This is all my character can do. Okay, I can re-roll that 10. Oh. Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
Okay, so the round comes perilously close to striking you. You end up like just swerving to a side at the last second as you see like the high-powered round go through the masonry to the side of the wall that you just scaled and explode, from impact. And you can, at this point, you can hear people around you. It's like, go, 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 go. Like there's a lot of commotion as people are trying to evacuate or trying to figure out who's where and what to do. And you can hear more footsteps coming in, and you can hear, the predatory roar of Adam somewhere on the property as well, as he's just tearing through something. And you end up hearing like some shattering of glass. And alarms going off in the building at this point, kind of like a fire alarm. What are you going to do to your potential victim here?
I'm going to take his head off.
Okay.
Yeah, so Dex and Brawl.
Dex and Brawl.
Yeah. Second burst, same as the first. Right now, I'm like did you ever watch when they made the new Blade Runner movie? They got the guy who did Cowboy Bebop to make like a companion short.
Oh, cool!
It's really cool, but there's a point where there's like a lady replicant who is just wailing through soldiers, and that's how I feel right now. Okay, that is 4 successes.
Oh, damn! Okay, you strike him. Roll your damage.
And then, okay, so that's strength plus 2. can reroll a 10. Oh, it's another 10. Hold on. Okay, so that's 5 successes.
5. Okay. Ooh, damn. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you swing at this point, and you don't quite take off his head, but you gash open his neck wide, and just Japanese level of blood spray all over the bush that's right next to him as he just like goes down and in shock and just trying to hold himself together as he drops his his rifle. And then at this point, 2 more rounds go flying out at you from on the upper level of this deck at this point, near the door, because you're actually on the second floor.
Mm-hmm.
First one hits. Second one missed. So you are now aware of them. Go ahead and roll your stamina and fortitude.
Okay, stamina. 3 for fortitude. Okay. It's 1, 2, 4, 5. 6 successes.
Okay. Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah.
So again, same thing. This round, there must be something about the hype that you've got flowing through your veins right now, because that round ended up hitting you, and all that really did was feel like somebody threw a tennis ball at your shoulder. It was enough to get your attention to say, "Hey, there's more prey over there." That was literally it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm rushing at them because
Okay.
I don't think I know what the prince looks like, so I'll just keep following this high until it stops.
Okay. So you go racing after the other 2 at this point. Go ahead and roll your. They're both firing as the time at the time you're attacking. So just go ahead and roll your attack. You may get shot twice, but that would be yes. That would be a yes as well.
Okay. I got 5 successes.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your damage.
So 5 plus 2. Okay, that is 4 successes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So have you ever played the Marvel vs. Capcom game
Yeah.
with Wolverine?
I've played, I
like
think.
basically
Yeah.
his grab maneuver where he grabs and then throws you down on the ground and sort of thing with his claws.
Yeah.
So you end up getting shot twice, but you tackle one of the guys who shot you, and you just embed your claws deep into their chest, like right through their Kevlar armor. Just go ahead and roll your stamina and fortitude again.
Okay. Stamina, fortitude.
Right about now, if you weren't frenzied, I would expect Remus to be yelling, "King Kong ain't got shit on me."
Okay. Ooh, I get to reroll the. Oh, I got 2 10s. I'm gonna reroll both of them.
Okay.
Okay, nothing. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
Damn, another round doesn't do anything to you. Roll again.
Okay. Here's my stamina. Here's my fortitude. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3 successes.
Okay, and the second one, you actually take a point of lethal damage.
Okay.
That second round actually managed to catch you and cause some blood.
Okay. I'm going to. Yeah, I'm gonna come at this guy, and are we out in the open?
You are actually. If you take a look at the picture of the house, about a third, maybe half of the top floor is actually outside.
Okay. Wait, is it in the vampire chat or is it in Discord?
Yeah, it's in the vampire chat. In Facebook.
Oh, on Facebook. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Oh, okay. There's the address. Yeah, I'll look it up. Well, I'm going to. Yeah, I'm going to kill this guy.
Okay,
I was
so go ahead.
debating whether or not I should. Oh, yeah.
Go
Okay.
go ahead
I was
and
debating-
roll
I was-
again.
Yeah, I was debating whether or not I should try to but I guess if I'm frenzying, I'm not really thinking about eating. But I'm
No,
still
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, you're just angry and murder, death, kill at this point.
Okay. Okay. Ooh. Okay. I'll roll two. Reroll two of these. Okay. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes.
Oh God! So he pulls and fires on you, but your strike at this point, you buckled it out of the way, so he wasn't able. I mean, he shot, but he wasn't able to catch you with it. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay. Strength +2. Okay, that is 4 successes.
Okay, so yeah, so same thing. You end up striking down on him and severing the arm, his left arm at that point, and he's just he draws back and is trying to hold it and falls down in shock as you know, again, blood is starting to go everywhere from the. This is what happens when, you know, regular humans run up against aggravated damage. They've got nothing really to help them. They get toasted real fucking quick. And just as that happened, and you end up getting peppered by some of the blood coming off of his arm, and as he's screaming, you end up seeing some guys coming out the side door, and they of the second floor, and two of them one of them looks like a businessman. The other two look like the security guards that you've been attacking, and they're trying to get him. They're basically running away from something inside, because that's where their attention was at first. And then you hear the guy say, "Shoot it, shoot it!" And they turn around and just open up full spray. Just,
Are they opening up on me, or are they opening up on
Opening up
what
on
they're
you.
running away from? On me?
on you.
Yeah, I'm running.
Okay.
I'm running towards them.
Are you going to attempt to dodge at all, or
Yes.
just going straight for him?
No, I'll dodge. I've got lightning. I've got feline grace and lightning reflexes.
Okay, so first one's your full dice. Second, you'll be down 1
Okay.
for dodging purposes.
Okay.
Oh, nope.
Okay, that is. It's not great. I got a bunch of ones, but that's still 3 successes.
Okay, so you got out of the way the first one because his gun jammed. So
Okay.
that is clearly not good. So yeah, you got out of the way of that one, no problem.
Okay, and then Dex plus Athletics -1
-1 die.
for the second dodge. Okay, here we go. Okay, that's better. That is 4 successes.
4 successes. All right. So you kind of dip, dive, and duck a little bit out of the way. You end up getting real close again from catching rounds. Like, it ends up the gunfire sprays and peppers a couple pots that were right next to you as you duck out of the way, and they you know, the pottery blasts apart, you know, from gunfire and soil and remains of plant kind of get chunked up a little bit. It is your action. You're down 2 die to a
Okay.
strike at this point because you had to run up and dodge twice.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep killing.
Okay.
All right, so I'm down 2 dice, so that's still 7 dice.
Yeah, I figured it's still gonna be quite a bit.
Yeah. And to think my mom was training me in ballet. Okay.
This is a
Get
special
into
kind
roll.
of dance.
Yeah. This is the dance of blood.
Yeah.
That is 2, 3, 4 successes.
Okay, that is definitely a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, so that is strength +2. Yeah. Yeah, okay. so many dice to count. Here we go.
And to think I was worried about sending Remus out there on his own.
Yeah, I'm like, Remus and Adam should be fine. I'm like,
He's a mission.
I honestly, because like I rarely, I've never really gotten to cut loose in terms of fighting, and so I did not. Yeah, I didn't expect Adam to do that to me, but that's 4 successes.
Okay. Oh god, yeah, same thing here. So you end up slicing this guy like his side, like a good serious gash, and he goes down as you know some of his muscles and intestine is starting to show as he's like, oh god. And the businessman that's behind him ends up baring his fangs at you and hissing to dread gaze you. Go ahead and roll your hold on one second. There we go. Doink. Okay. Oh, sorry. What is your wits and courage added?
Let's see, courage. 7.
7 total? Okay.
3 in wits, 4 in courage.
He rolls his charisma and intimidation. Okay, so he hisses at you as the other guy is obviously trying to shoot and defend his boss still. Go ahead and are you going to dodge or try to dip out of the way of the gunfire again, or what are you going to do there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to keep dodging.
So as he hisses at you and attempts to force you to frenzy flee, you feel nothing. Like not a thing outside of the fact that he showed his fangs and he thinks he's an apex predator.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to kill this dude with the gun and then I'm going for him next.
Okay.
Okay, so what do I have to roll to dodge? Am I Dex and Athletics? Am I down 1?
After your dodge, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so here's for my dodge. Dex plus Athletics -1. Okay, can reroll that 10. I got another 10.
Oh.
I'll roll that over here. That's an 8. That is... Wait. That's 8 successes. I rolled really well there.
I'd say so.
Okay, so I'm not even going to have you roll damage at that point. You swing without even caring. It's one of those like walk-off. It's like one of those walk-off knockouts, in a fight. Like you just punch and walk away, and they just fall to the canvas. You just swing, and he's already gurgling before he hits the ground. Just almost completely dead. On impact, and the guy stands before you and throws his arms out and he yells at you, "Stop!" And at this point, you need to make you have to spend a willpower point.
Okay, I can do that.
And you have to make a courage check.
Okay, just courage?
Yes.
Okay.
Or sorry, you don't spend a willpower point. You have to make a courage check at this point to even get close. Now, the difficulty at this point would normally be 10, even if you wanted to be rude or contrary to him. For you, it is currently 8.
Currently 8? Okay, then I got 2 successes.
Oh, God, okay. So you can feel his presence. At this point, his presence is enough that under normal circumstances, it would have forced you to cower. But right now, with the way you feel, you do not give a damn.
Okay, I'm gonna rip him in half.
Okay, go ahead. Right. So his action is to stop, and you're just like, "Rah!"
F that.
I mean,
Man, Damaris would be so proud of you.
whatever Adam slipped into my Capri Sun, it's really good.
We need to hold a moot and award this guy some prestige or whatever it's called.
You're gonna award him werewolf prestige. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I think he's earned it.
That is 5 successes.
Okay, so that is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. Here's my strength. Here it is, +2. Oh, goodness. Okay. I'll re-roll these 2 10s. I can re-roll that 10 again. Okay. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes. Wait, hold on. 6 successes.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. 4 of those were 10s.
So you end up barreling into him again with a claw, and you tear open his suit, and when you strike him, you see the faintest trickle of blood.
Ooh, okay.
Like it your strike, it got absorbed, and under normal circumstances, that might make you go, "Oh God, that didn't do hardly anything." In your current mood right now, that just pissed you off. that all that did was make you angry. If you haven't noticed yet, you're basically the Hulk.
Yeah, I straight up am Wolverine when he goes like Weapon X form.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
straight up like
at this point he screams, "Get off me!" and he goes to place kick you like a Spartan.
Okay. Can I dodge it?
You sure can. You can try.
Okay, I would like to. Okay, that's only 3 successes.
Okay, you are just a bit too fast for this guy, and he swings his leg out there really hard and just catches nothing but air, and you're standing right up in his face.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna hit him. I don't know if he's gonna feel anything, but I forgot I have dirty fighting, so I'm gonna try to claw his balls off.
Oh!
Yeah, so as he kicks me, I'm gonna try to like go for.
Okay.
Okay, that's a couple of 10s. Okay, so that is. Okay, so that is 6 successes.
Dang. Okay, so that is a hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay, strength +2. Okay, that cancels out. That is 3 successes.
Okay,
Didn't roll
so
hot touch.
you end up striking him right to the balls, and it did nothing.
Aw, I'm disappointed, but I keep moving.
Big brass balls. So he, at this point, he is because he's stuck right up in your face. He tries to throw you through the glass to try and get away from him, like basically throw you back into the house and and in through one of the plate glass windows.
Okay, I'm gonna try to dodge again.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
4 successes.
The next pill I can't.
Yeah, 4.
4 successes? Okay, so he grabs a hold of you, and then you kind of grab a hold of him back, and as he, tried to pick you up, you ended up pivoting with him just kind of instinctually, and he didn't get you anywhere. You're still both up into that dance directly in front of one another.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go for his eyes.
Oh God. Okay, so that's going to be a difficulty 8 for the called shot.
Okay.
Because it's small.
Okay. Okay, difficulty 8. Okay, that's only 2 successes.
All right.
So
Let's see.
I would have done better if I had not called it.
Oh, damn. No, he failed that roll. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, nice.
Do you have... Oh, well, actually, you're frenzies. You can't spin blood. Never mind.
Okay, so there's 5 plus potence. Okay, I can re-roll that 10. Okay, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes.
Oh, you are so fucking lucky. Okay. So you end up slashing and cranking those claws right across his eyes and blinding him at this point as he screams in pain. And at the sight of so much blood at this point, you don't even have a self-control check. You at this point are feeding.
Okay. Yeah, I
So give me a strength plus 1 die for your bite.
There we go.
okay. So that's 6 dice. Yeah, strength plus 1. Difficulty 6.
Difficulty 6, yes.
Okay. Okay. That is 4 successes.
Okay. So again, it's one of those things that even though you've managed to bite down, it's like biting down on stone. It is very hard to penetrate, and it's infuriating you even more as you're trying to rip into this guy, and you're starting to like rip around and ragdoll him like a dog would, with its favorite toy, sort of thing, just like. And his eyes at this point are thrashed from from your clawing attack. Go ahead and give me another bite attack action.
Okay.
Hold on.
Guys, I'm going to be the prince. Okay, that is 4 successes.
Okay. All right, so Remus, at this point, go. Oh, that's right. It's a different folder. Okay.
Oh,
Where is it? Just want to double check. There he is. Okay. Go ahead and roll your available willpower minus 1 die
Okay.
at a difficulty of 10.
Okay. Difficulty 10. I only got just 1.
Okay. So the last thing you see is just blood on your face, on your eyes, in your mouth. There is a searing heat of anger coursing through your very veins. And you lose track of all time. Like everything just seems to come to a standstill.
I'm sure this is normal.
And when you finally come to... Oh, speaking of which, Sophie, you never got through to him. When you finally come to, you're laying on the ground. You are covered in blood-caked ash. And Adam, who is just covered almost head to toe in gore and whatnot, as he's gone through, as he clearly went through the house, and you're just kind of like looking up into the sky, and you can hear the faint crackle of like open fire nearby somewhere, you know, and parts of something just kind of crumbling slowly as you know the building deteriorates. And Adam looks down at you, almost surprised, and he says, "We need to leave."
I'll shakily get up, sort of like look down at what I've done, and just I'm gonna follow Adam. I don't think I can process what I'm going through right now.
Okay. So as you are walking, and even when you walk, you're walking with the gait of somebody who not as if you were drunk, but not straight. Like you don't have a steady footing underneath you. You kind of wobble a little bit.
Mhm.
You're not quite sure why, but you feel the intensity no longer in you. And you're not just calm, but you're sapped of strength. And as you walk out to the front, to Robert waiting for you at the car, Adam ends up throwing a body down to the ground, and it looks like, and there's like, this person's been beaten 6 ways till Sunday. They're still conscious, but barely. Like they've got a broken limb, their leg is torn up, their clothing is just completely tattered. I mean, it looks like a wolf probably got to him. Like he's just the principal from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. At the end of the movie, just how ragged he looked from everything that took place. The beating he took and the dog attacks and everything. Just that bad. And he throws the guy down onto the ground, and he stared, and the guy is terrified at this point, and he says, "Your prince is dead. Threaten my home once more, I will ensure that you all die. Now run. I am hungry." And the guy picks himself up and just scurries over to one of the only remaining vehicles and just floors it. Doesn't even say a thing, just runs like hell. Robert is terrified of the both of you.
Rightfully so.
And doesn't say a thing.
Yeah, I climb into the car, and so I have no idea what I did.
No.
Okay, yeah, I'll probably be quiet most of the car ride. I may ask, once we get moving, I may ask Adam, just like, because I'm probably not gonna believe it, but I want to just know, like, did you kill the prince?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll accept that and just be quiet for the rest of the ride.
Okay. So, Henry, you end up getting a call. At this point,
Okay.
you guys you're hiding at this point at the van in the parking structure across the street, but the fire trucks are here, and you just managed to track down Hesperia and get her back to the van. and she is looking seriously screwed. But you end up getting a call, and you hear this, boss.
Yes, we're there.
Can we go home?
How are Adam and Remus? Did you encounter the prince?
Do you want to go home?
So I take the phone, I hold it down, I go, Robert is afraid. He's not talking straight. Where should I have them meet us? He wants to go home. Where should I have them meet us?
Let's meet up outside of town. Let's drive, I don't know, half an hour, and then... Wait, do we have Hesperia's car still? So
yeah,
that means
you would have
cars,
access to it, yes.
plus whatever Doug and company came in. Let's round up all the cars and then meet up like half an hour outside of town, and then regroup and head home.
All right.
So I'll give directions.
So you tell me, okay, so Robert, so this is what Sophie says. We are going to meet outside of towns at these this location here.
Okay. And he just hangs up.
I would like to find out what happened with Robert. It sounds he's very scared, so I would like to see what happened with Adam.
He's with Adam, so
Did I
scared.
Did I manage to see Doug and Olivia and the others?
Eventually, yes.
When I see Doug, first of all, I'm going to be really surprised, but then also just tell him to wipe the cameras. So if he can access or like hack in somehow and like destroy the footage from the hotel.
Okay. So I mean, we're running late at this point, but yeah, but at this point, Switch Hit and Olivia are going to stay behind to make sure enough of it's covered up.
Okay.
As best as possible.
Good.
Would I have had time to go back to draining that dude?
Probably not, given everything that was happening.
Well, the reason I ask is because I let go enough to shoot that chick with fire, and then I was going to recoup the rest of my blood. That's why.
Right. No. I get it. But no, you wouldn't have had a chance to go back at that point to go pick him up, because at that point the authorities were already coming in because of the legit fire to the fire alarm. Amongst other things.
Is he dead though? Like, my concern is that I don't want to leave him alive.
You are not certain, but he was definitely not in a good way.
Okay. So if he's not dead, then I might stake him and bring him with. Unless somebody's going to clean.
You wouldn't have had time to retrieve him and trying to track down Hesperia at the same time, because Hesperia bolted out the door into the night, God knows where.
Okay, no problem.
Doug,
I'm going to take his ID.
Back.
Yeah, you could have done that. You could have or taken something of his.
Yeah, I'm totally taking something of his.
Sure. So we'll say you took like some keys or something that he had on him.
Man, should have been a claw. Just rip that finger off,
So the rest of you end up making it back to Ashland. It is a long and very quiet ride. There's not a whole lot of talking. There was a lot of stress, a lot of drama. And everybody is starting to crash finally from everything that has happened, the near death several times. The utter fear of fire being driven into you several times, and
Yeah, sorry about that.
and the one thing you do notice at this point is Remus now has a gray streak going through his hair, and he actually has noticeable fangs.
Someone's looking a little rugged tonight.
Nice look.
Can I tell that he might have frenzied and that's how he gained more bestial traits?
It's a good guess.
Yeah. Looks like you had a good time.
Do I remember much of it?
You remember frenzying, and you remember probably the initial
Nice.
attacks against the guards, but beyond that, it starts to become like a very angry haze.
Okay. I'll say I don't remember a lot of it.
Well, I'm sure it'll come back to you. And she pats his back like she's impressed. Like he came back alive.
So you all managed to make it back to Ashland and to your respective havens, wherever that may be. For Remus, like the joint haven and whatnot. And as everybody, as we're wrapping up for the evening for this extra long edition of the game, the next evening when everybody finally starts to wake, Remus, you've woken up to just a splitting headache. And it's at that point when you've walked into the bathroom and you've got a chance to look at your face and you notice the changes. You can see that you're going to have issues with the fangs. They're permanent fangs. Thankfully, it looks kind of cool, but it's different. You didn't expect that, and the streak that's gray that's going through your hair makes it look distinguished despite your youngish kind of look.
Just like a goth, they'll think it's part of the getup.
And as you're kind of staring there and just tonguing your tongue over the teeth and kind of expecting, just thinking about what happened, you end up hearing, "What in the bloody hell?" And as you look around, there's no one there.
You got a soul shot.
This will not do. Not at all.
Fuck.
And that's where we'll end it.
Oh, lovely soul shards for Diablo Rising. Have fun with that one. I wonder what you picked up.
Oh god.
So I will send you an updated sheet, Remus.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay, I'm just writing that down. I diablerized the prince.
Oh.
Fuck in all capital letters.
Oh, but I bet you got a cool power though. I bet you dropped a couple gens too.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I thought that
was
might
a good
be
boy.
I noticed he was using dominate and presence, and I was like, did he have more Ventru there than just him?
I kind of thought it was him, but I thought that he would eventually get me off of him, and then Adam would show up, and he'd be like what's his name, the pyramid head from Silent Hill. Like I thought he was going to be the one to do it.
I think Adam is impressed with you. He took you under his wing. He didn't eat you.
I mean,
And now look what you did.
Yep.
Look what I have to show for it.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, just look at it as like prestige. You killed a prince.
Yeah. So,
Right.
before we end the game for the night, I hope you guys had fun. I had a lot of fun. I had this, a lot of this kind of brimming back in the back of my mind. I know it ran really late comparatively, We haven't gone 4 hours in quite a long time with this game. But I wanted to make sure we got everything wrapped up because we had such a long break in between, and it was kind of anticlimactic to go from the one and have a break and then play this one. So I really wanted to kind of give you some of your money's worth. We also forgot to do XP in the beginning part of the month. So everybody, for the completion of this I keep wanting to say chronicle, but it's not the chronicle, but this chapter or this season, everybody gets 10 XP.
Oh, snap.
Is that total with the monthly or
Yes,
just
that's total.
Did we have any birthdays in January?
Nope.
No. Cool. Cool. I have some
used
XP.
We all do.
I still would like obfuscate. Hint, hint.
There's two of us to teach it to you.
Well, someone.
I'm going to offer to teach celerity if anybody wants that.
Yeah, that too.
Little celerity class.
Little seminar.
So I hope you guys had fun.
might...
I know, Todd, you were obviously dealing with a lot because you had the medicine, teeth, and whatnot, and you really stuck it out.
Yeah, that's more than I ever did. So when I get dental work done.
Yeah, good job, Todd. You stuck it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, my teeth are... I'm going to go get another pill right now and go to bed. So.
Okay. All right,
but
man.
It was worth it. It was a lot of fun.
All right. Well, thank you. So we're going to be playing again tomorrow night for Cyberpunk. So it's our kickoff game for a while for that one. Monday will be the Farah game, I believe, still. Yeah. And then on this coming Wednesday is Mass Effect. So looking forward to finally getting everything back under, well, not back under wraps, but back rolling again and playing and having fun. So thank you all for tuning in. Thankfully, we had minimal problems with the stream, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Night, everybody.